never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Then we all set to roll. Ready or not, here we go. Close out hump day. And we rolled out the backside of another work week. We'll make our way into a Thursday. There you go. Thursday, 29th day of April, which means we've only got one to go. Yeah, we're rolling into May this weekend. All right, hope your week's going well. Let me start things off here. It's been a very active day as far as weather is concerned, obviously. We do have an active tornado warning, just one at the moment, in Arkansas. Several counties. Logan County, which is in western Arkansas, Johnson County, and northwestern Pope County, which that's considered central Arkansas. So radar indicated tornado at this point in time. Tornado quarter-size hail with this particular cell. This is going to include, if you're on I-40, between the 54 and 68 mile markers. That's the zone. Big-time torrential rains, again, quarter-size hail, and possibly a tornado. Let's scroll down here over this. Yeah, going back over the past 3 hours, we've had a handful of tornado warnings. I've counted about 8 or 10 of them. Again, in just the past 3 hours, numerous tornado warnings. Yeah, things really started firing up this past evening, about 6 o'clock in the evening. And from that point in time, it's been very active with severe thunderstorms and, again, a number of tornado warnings as well. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas. The zone we were talking about realistically 24 hours ago. Very interesting that there's a swath which is almost identical to 24 hours ago that are under tornado watches. they've been under tornado watches nearly the entire day. The tornado watches tonight extend from western Arkansas, east central and southeast Oklahoma, right down through most of central Texas. The progression to the east has been very slow with these storms, and they've been talking about that for several days. So let's start things off right there with a look at our travelers' weather. And it's going to be kind of a topsy-turvy night. We've got showers and thunderstorms extending all the way up into north-central Indiana, central portions of Illinois, back through the heart of Missouri. The stronger storms, a.k.a. severe thunderstorms, some potential tornadoes, south-central Missouri, northwestern portions of Arkansas, one of those cells right there, possibly producing a tornado as we speak. Southeastern Oklahoma, and right down into Texas. Some of the strongest storms, we've got strong cells to the north of Dallas, closer to the Oklahoma line. Northwest of Dallas, another line of thunderstorms. An area right about halfway between Abilene and Dallas. Some more strong storms in there, producing severe thunderstorm warnings. And more individual cells stretching all the way down to the Texas-Mexico line. We saw this eruption of severe weather begin firing in the plains on Tuesday. And, of course, an even more expansive area of the southern U.S. At risk for damaging storms continuing through the overnight hours and into the day Thursday here. Severe storms plotted across the plains Tuesday night. At least one radar-confirmed tornado and large hail. National Weather Service office in Norman, Oklahoma, reported a little after 11 o'clock Tuesday night. Ongoing radar-confirmed tornado that was near Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. Shortly after, residents reported flash flooding in the streets of Pauls Valley. National Weather Service there said there were reports of stranded cars in the city as well, water in buildings. Pauls Valley is about 58 miles south of Oklahoma City. Remember last evening we were saying the heaviest storms and rain were really at that point in time just to the east and south of Oklahoma City. Hail the size of baseballs fell across Texas as well. Locations such as Paducah in Truscott, Texas. Winds gusted to 80 miles per hour across that area. Now, following those severe storms that erupted on Tuesday, things continued here this past day. Again, from central Oklahoma to western Arkansas, northern and central Texas, where you see one batch of thunderstorms, strong to severe storms, and that could be followed hours later by another such batch of severe storms. Hail, isolated tornadoes, all possible. Now, going back here from daybreak till early afternoon Wednesday, multiple tornado-warned thunderstorms based on radar. No tornadoes have been confirmed. The danger with some of these is the potential that tornadoes may be wrapped in rain, very difficult to spot as they approach. But a new line is going to form with the main upper-level low as we progress through the overnight hours tonight into the Mississippi Valley, eastward into the Tennessee Valley, and the central Gulf states. Again, that's Wednesday night into Thursday, kind of right now. Storm Prediction Center also issued a similarly large area of slight severe risk. So right now we're talking several highly populated cities forecast to receive potential severe weather. Once again, we'll be talking maybe Dallas, San Antonio, Wichita Falls, Austin, Texas. Another threat is going to be the flooding potential, as these storms may contain very heavy rain. In any area that has maybe multiple thunderstorms, obviously is going to have an enhanced risk of flash flooding for those areas. Several National Weather Service offices, including the one in Tulsa, have issued flood watches that run through Thursday morning. The office in Springfield, Missouri, has issued a flash flood watch through Thursday morning as well. In some areas, of course, the heavy rain may be flooding some of the fields there and delaying some of the crops. Could damage crops if they're already in. but obviously it's going to slow the preparation of the fields. Farmers still trying to get their fields ready in many areas. Forecast urge drivers follow the old scenario, turn around, don't drown. Looking ahead, this stormy pattern's actually expected to continue through this weekend, they tell us. The southern branch of the rain and thunderstorms is expected to kind of cut off from the main jet stream flow and move slowly through southeastern Texas and along the Gulf Coast states, right on through the upcoming weekend. So showers and thunderstorms likely to impact areas that have already received above average amounts of rainfall here in the month of April. Could be talking flooding along the Gulf Coast. New Orleans, for instance, has received over a foot of rain in the month of April so far. It's about 3 times their normal average rainfall there. But that's not really uncommon across much of the central Gulf Coast. Fortunately, not all areas of the South are rain-weary. These thunderstorms could be very beneficial in parts of Texas where the drought conditions are present there. Right now, 65% of Texas is considered to be in moderate drought. And there are these areas primarily in the south and western portions of the state, although some of our major cities like Houston have also been lacking in rain this month. The Space City reported less than an inch of rain in the month of April. That's about 22% of their normal rainfall, so they could use some of this. Texas, El Paso has less than 1/100th of an inch of rain in the month of April. And we're almost done with April. All right, oftentimes severe storms can wreak havoc across the South. Drought relief would be kind of a silver lining for much of the state of Texas coming up this weekend. Meanwhile, the heat, I saw some very warm temperatures. We're going to be kind of dropping back closer to normal after several days with highs close to 80. We're talking maybe 70 for a high temperature today. And the trade-off is going to be a lot of rain as showers and thunderstorms will continue through the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley region. Then we look out west, where things are pretty much high and dry through most of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, California. But the heat really begins to build in as April draws to a close. And is there any hope of relief from the North American monsoon this summer in that region of the country? They could really use some rain. Phoenix, you'll make a run at the century mark. You may hit 100 degrees Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Forecasts, temperatures are to reach at least as high as the upper 90s over that 3-day stretch. Not only will the temperature be significantly higher than average, but that triple-digit heat's arriving earlier than the average date. It's just a little earlier, May the 2nd. Normal high for Phoenix at the end of April's in the upper 80s. These weekend temperatures are going to be more typical of late May and early summer. Valley of the Sun has not yet hit the century mark this year. Highest temperature recorded so far was 98 back on April the 4th. Over the years, temperatures hit 100 degrees nearly every date in April. They've hit as high as 105 from time to time. Now, a northward bulge in the jet stream is going to suppress the storm cloud activity and cloud cover for several days. So you're going to be running 10 to 20 degrees above average for this time of year. For example, Salt Lake City, normal high would be middle 60s. You're forecast to surge into the 80s by Friday. You may challenge the record of 84 set back in 1959. It's likely to be a similar story for much of the southwestern U.S. late this week. Friday, record highs may be challenged, stretching from Los Angeles to Palm Springs, California, Las Vegas, and Reno, Nevada, Flagstaff, Yuma, Arizona, just to name a few. Saturday, the jet stream's forecast to begin to collapse over the northern part of the western states. Temperatures are going to drop a little bit, but at the same time, heat's going to linger over the interior southwest. Temperatures forecast to climb to within a few degrees of record highs for that date in portions of Arizona, New Mexico, and even Colorado. We expect a gradual increase in the flow of marine air across coastal California as we progress through the weekend. That should allow temperatures to ease back in places like Los Angeles and San Diego. But the highs are forecast to trend from near 90 today and Friday, back to the 70s over the weekend in L.A., upper 70s today and Friday, back into the 60s in San Diego this weekend. But rainfall, the much needed, the scarce rainfall is one of the key factors behind this unusual hot spell. The ground is dry, and more of the sun's energy is available to heat the ground and the lower part of the atmosphere. You know, the ground's wet. Less of the sun's energy is available for heating. You get the evaporation process. All right, much of the Southwest is facing dismal precipitation amounts. Drought conditions began to worsen actually last summer. In Arizona alone, all of the state is considered to be abnormally dry, with nearly 60% of the state in exceptional drought, they tell us. The highest level of drought doesn't get much worse than that, exceptional. In fact, 63% of the western U.S. is in the grips of severe drought, and more than 20% is in exceptional drought. Is there any relief in sight? The bulk of the rain in the desert Southwest tends to occur in two seasons. During the winter, from storms that move in from the northern Pacific, and then you've got the monsoon, which brings moisture northward from the Gulf of Mexico, and sometimes the tropical Pacific during the summertime. Neither of these weather players brought any meaningful rain out west from 2020 into 21. The North American monsoon is brought on by a persistent area of high pressure over multiple layers of the atmosphere that sets up the western U.S. during the summer months. It's exactly where this high sets up that really determines how much moisture gets pumped into the region. While most people associate large storm systems as a pumping mechanism for moisture, high pressure can do that as well over time. Moisture can be drawn in, recycled on a daily basis under the large clockwise flow around high pressure. Now, if this high sets up rather far west like it did last year, and the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico gets cut off, your thunderstorm activity is very limited over the Southwest. If the high sets up a bit further to the east, that's when you open the door for moisture to flow in from the Gulf of Mexico, and you get more generous amounts of thunderstorm activity. So breakdown around the country this past day. We're 2 months away from summer, technically still, but we've got the summer prognostication, the forecast from our friends at AccuWeather, what might be looking for the summer of 2021. All right, there's a quick look at some of your travelers' weather around the country. Flip back over here. I don't see any additional tornado warnings. We'll probably see too many severe thunderstorm warnings to try and pass them along to you, but just be aware in that region of the country, you may encounter some strong, feisty thunderstorms, large hail, and again, damaging winds. And we'll keep an eye on things through the overnight hours. There you go. All right, what do we see here as we roll into a Thursday? Who's checking in this morning? Let me flip over here. Of course, Chevy guy on a pretty regular basis. He's right there at the get-go. Copy the mail. Followed by Dale in Jacksonville. Good morning. 72 degrees, clear this morning. Headed out for another nice day for about 85 degrees. Truck 'em safe out there tonight. Monty Python with us. Good evening, Your Honor. Not working, but I'm sitting at home tonight. I'm off till Monday. All right, few days off. Enjoy that. Steve, hello. It's 49 degrees up here in Michigan right now. Have a good night. That's from the Michigan Madman. Good to have you with us. Todd checking in from Neptune, Ohio, where it's rainy and 63 degrees tonight. Looks like Pappy's back out there in the saddle, as he puts it, back on the streets tonight. Be safe out there, Pappy. Lynn checking in. Good morning to you. Buckeye Boy here in Georgia. Enjoying a day off tomorrow, then loading Friday for Albuquerque. Be safe out there, drivers. Glad we have sound tonight to start the show. Well, me too. You know, I did have a little bit of difficulty getting that phone line to kick in. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that when I've got to do my phone reset, I don't have the issues like we had last evening. What a nightmare that was. Let's see. Stanley, let's go. Big show. Best show on the radio. Oh, thank you. That's quite the compliment, Stanley. Let's see here. Who else? Looper. Greetings and salutations from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York. Got the Milkman. Morning, Steve. The Milkman. I hauling milk tonight. Enjoy the show. I guess I'm hooked. I've been listening since your dad was on the air. You've been listening for a few years, haven't you? All right, so there you go. Norman, Oklahoma had a horrible hailstorm, according to Scott, this past day, I guess. I did see a video out of somewhere, I think that was in northeast Colorado. See if I can pull that back up. It looked like the ground was snow-covered, but it was hail. I mean, they had enough hail where they actually had to, get the plows out. Yeah, vehicles, many vehicles just pulled off on the right-hand side of the interstate there. The automobiles, trucks were still moving very slowly in the hammer lane there, but that was incredible. See if I can find where that was again. But, yeah, enough hail. I mean, it looks like several inches of hail had fallen there. Big-time storms. All right, on to some of our industry headlines. Where shall we begin here? Let's start in Colorado. Highway 119 in Boulder Canyon. Looks like it's going to be closed for several days. They had a big rock slide that left giant boulders blocking the highway there. This occurred on the evening, I guess that was Tuesday evening, where they were dealing with some heavy rain and even some snow in the area. Closures expected to last several days as crews work to blast the rocks into smaller pieces to be hauled away, according to the sheriff's office there. So the road is closed from mile marker 26 through the 41. DOT says the northern detour is Colorado 72 to Left-Hand Canyon Drive, and Colorado 72 South is the southern detour for the area. It is expected paving will also need to be completed once they get the boulders removed there. So amazingly, there were no injuries, no vehicles reported as damaged. Had a vehicle been in the wrong place at the wrong time, they could have been flattened like a pancake. I saw some of the pictures of the boulders that fell off the side of the mountain there. Next up, a motorcycle deputy seriously injured in a crash with a semi-truck in California this past morning, they tell us. This happened about 7:20 a.m. in Santa Clarita, California, according to Fox 11 out of L.A. The intersection there left the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department motorcycle deputy seriously injured, and their motorcycle pinned up against the front of the big rig. Truck driver was uninjured, but the deputy was transported to a nearby hospital, again in serious condition. Details of the injuries are not known. A deputy was on duty at the time of the crash. They had not yet determined the cause of the collision, what had unfolded there at press time for this particular story. And then another out of California as well, where the Highway Patrol is warning drivers, always expect the unexpected. Following a serious accident on I-10 Monday near Morongo, California, Troopers say that the preliminary investigation shows that a truck was eastbound on I-10 when a tandem set of wheels, aka tires, detached from the axle. The tires continued eastbound, bounced over the center wall divider, and landed right on top of a westbound Subaru. As you could imagine, the impact was pretty devastating. Both occupants of the Subaru were taken to the hospital for treatment of major injuries, but they are expected to survive. Officers at the Desert Hills Inspection Facility will conduct a thorough inspection to determine the cause of the mechanical failure. While we understand some things are unavoidable, we want to remind you, always be aware of your surroundings. Situational awareness could be the difference between life and death when you're faced with an unexpected challenge. So always expect the unexpected. Do your best to avoid complacency out there, especially when you're behind the wheel of a motor vehicle. No doubt about it. But it looks like the wheels came like right down on the front end of the vehicle, that the hood, aka almost the windshield. If it had been just a little further back, those two people may not have survived. All right, there you go. A couple of our industry headlines. Hey, around the country, what's going on in your world tonight? Our number is 844-844-3388. Phone lines open, I believe, operational at this hour. Commodities. Commodities were an issue we touched on briefly last evening. But I've got several tidbits to share with you on that front. Commodities continue to be in the news, and rightfully so. While lumber has been getting a lot of attention, we've talked about that a number of times, the prices, through the roof. But it appears commodity participation is very broad. The 252-day rate of change for the Bloomberg Commodity Index just crossed above 46%. We haven't seen a level like that since 1980. Question we should be asking is the following. Does the current surge represent the initial stages of a new commodity bull market, like back in the early 70s? Or does it represent the typical post-recession recovery roadmap? We look at the major commodity contracts and measure the percentage of them with a 252-day rate of change. 50% or more, we can see that the percentage has reached the highest level since the 1970s. Never before in the past 50 years have more than half of them jumped by 50% in a year. Trouble is, this has not been sustainable. When we look at other instances when the year-over-year change in the commodity index was very high, the index showed further gains over the next couple of months, only 2 times out of 12 precedents. All right, so Goldman Sachs, right on the heels of that from Bloomberg, Goldman is predicting oil, gold, copper, all rallying over the next 6 months. They expect the commodities to rally another 13.5% in the next 6 months on a worldwide reversal of COVID curbs, lower interest rates, a weaker dollar. According to the release from the research team this past day, Goldman Sachs now sees Brent crude rising to $80 per barrel, U.S. West Texas Intermediate to $77 per barrel over the next 6 months. We expect the biggest jump in oil demand ever, a 5.2 million barrels per day rise over the next 6 months. They're citing the acceleration of vaccinations in Europe and an unleashing of pent-up travel demand. People that have been stuck at home for over a year now. And we begin to see the easing of some of the international travel restrictions beginning next month, which will lead global jet demand to recover by 1.5 million barrels per day. They see gold prices at $2,000 an ounce over the next 6 months. And they say it's too early for Bitcoin to compete with gold for safe haven demand, adding that the two can coexist. While Bitcoin benefits from greater liquidity, it suffers from a lack of real use and weak environmental, social governance. All right, and that's in part due to its high energy consumption, they say. Such extensive energy use made the cryptocurrency vulnerable to losing its store of value. All right, let's see. Goldman also upgraded their copper price forecast, setting a 12-month target of $11,000 per ton, citing an underinvested supply side. You know, the only way this record size and fast approaching supply crunch can be solved is via surge in price to new record highs. If I understand that, I think that means we're all going to be paying more for a lot of things, right? All right. And Vic, actually, Vic is very knowledgeable on these sort of things, and he sent me an email. We'll get to that coming up here following our news break. And we'll get to your calls. Steve will be first out of the box. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Biden said that the country will stand up to China over unfair trade practices. He recalled telling China's president that the U.S. will also maintain a military presence in the Pacific.
America will stand up to unfair trade practices that undercut American workers and American industries, like subsidies from state to state-owned operations and enterprises, and the theft of American technology and intellectual property. I also told President Xi that we'll maintain a strong military presence in the Indo-Pacific, just as we do with NATO and Europe, not to start a conflict, but to prevent one.
The president also called on Congress to pass legislation to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, work towards comprehensive immigration reform, unveiled his American Family Plan, and tried to sell his American Jobs Plan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, let me flip over here, and I found that little post. Monkey Gouger had shared that, as a matter of fact. Several others had shared it as well. In Colorado, that was between Hill Rose and Marino on the interstate there in Colorado. Hail, not snow. It looked like they had just come out of a blizzard. Incredible. Meanwhile, let me flip over here. Who else is checking in here on a Thursday morning? Evan checks in from Wapusa, Michigan. Is that the way you pronounce it? Eskimo Mom, waving a hand from Soggy, Kentucky. Off and on showers since I left the house in western Ohio. Yep. That's going to be the trend pretty much all day for this region. Morning Tank checking in here. Happy Thursday. Rolling through California on I-40, a nice 74 degrees. Atop Needles Hill, headed east back to western Tennessee. Everybody be safe out there. Have a great day. There's old heat wave. Morning from Arizona. Headed to Apple Turkey, New Mexico. Hoping to flip in the yard, all right? And hello, Steve, here in Middlefield, Ohio, 67 degrees at the midnight hour. Is this April or is it July? That would be, yes, your overnight lows. Those are the temperatures you're looking at, the upper 60s and 70-degree mark in the summer months, because that's when you typically start to see, that's when the water temperature in the pools actually really start warming up. Well, don't worry. It's going to flip around here in short order. All right, to the calls at 844-844-3388. Steve gets to be first out of the box. What's happening, Steve?
Hey, Steve, good morning.
Morning.
No fun to be out here tonight.
Sounds like you're rolling in the rain.
Yeah, central Indiana is very, very heavy rain on I-65. A lot of water on the road. Slow going.
Yeah.
No cruise control tonight. But, yeah, the night started off about 7 o'clock. I was heading down towards Chicago, and speaking of a fatal wreck, a box van drove under the back of a trailer, and there wasn't much left of that cab, but I had to get rerouted. It took me about a half an hour out of my way. So that's how the night started off. But it seems like the rain's going to let up a little bit. It's from Crown Point all the way to Lafayette, very heavy rain.
Yep.
So be careful out there. Hey, did you happen to catch President Trump's interview with Dan Bongino last night, Steve?
I have not seen it yet. I did see that you sent me a link to it, but I have not had a chance to check it out yet.
Yeah, it was pretty good. They covered a lot of topics, you know, from Pfizer to election fraud and what's going on in Arizona with the recount. And I'll tell you, Steve, just listening to the president, he sounds very, very serious about running in 2024.
Oh, yeah?
You know, he's talking about different polls that he's looked at, and he's definitely serious about it. I don't know if he's going to do it or not, but he's, you know, he's basically pretty disgusted about what this imbecile in the White House has been doing.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, he's you can tell he's not very happy about it. He's pretty sad. But yeah, I didn't even pay attention to what Joe Biden had to say last night. I heard a little bit on the news break, a couple of excerpts they played, but I'm surprised. I don't know how long did he speak for? 5 minutes? I don't think he can talk longer than that. The other story, Steve, I don't know if you read about, was did you hear what happened to Rudy Giuliani yesterday morning?
What's the deal with that? Yeah, FBI raids his house, and I guess the office. Something to do with when he was talking to the Ukraine. Is that it?
Yeah, it's got to do with you know, they think these Ukrainians had something to do with you know, trying to manipulate the 2020 election with misinformation and stuff like that. And I guess they seized a lot of his electronics, and I mean, it's just unbelievable. I haven't heard of them raiding Hunter Biden's laptop. Have you?
No, sir. What the hell ever happened to it? Did I hear correctly? Did they say they accidentally destroyed that or something? Is that correct?
No, I really haven't heard much about it or seen many pieces about it on the news meter outlets that I look at. So yeah, they're trying to bury that. You know, DOJ's not going to go after him, Steve. I mean, look at this Merrick Garland. Look what he's trying to do. He wants to investigate what is it? The Louisville Police Department, the Minneapolis Police Department. You know, about this charge of systemic racism, and I mean, they're investigating the wrong people. They really are. Talked about it last night. They ought to be investigating, you know, Hunter Biden and all these other reprobates. Listen, Steve, I'm running into some really bad rain right here, so I'll give you a shout back later on.
Fair enough. Yes, be careful out there. Yeah, I'm looking. Let me pull up the radar here, and yeah, he's in Indiana, and yeah, pretty much, yeah, all of northern Indiana is in some form of rain. It's light to moderate rain in the Fort Wayne area. You get down from, say, Marion, Indiana, to Muncie, Indiana, all the way down to I-70, as a matter of fact. That's torrential rain, and then across the state, all the way over to Lafayette, And then back to the Illinois line, heavy rains over toward Champaign, Illinois. You've got pockets of heavy showers again through much of Illinois, from Springfield, Illinois, back to Quincy, Illinois, then down through the heart of Missouri, heavy rains from Jefferson City to Columbia, Missouri. And then again, the strongest of the storms, torrential rains, when you get on down there into parts of northwestern Arkansas, from Fort Smith to Springdale, Arkansas, torrential downpours. And several different lines of these storms pushing through northern Texas, Denison, Texas. Looks like they've got a cell there with, looks like a pretty well-defined bow echo, as this cell's going to be pushing over toward Paris, Texas. Keep an eye on things, see if we get any warnings out of that particular cell. Not seeing any tornado warnings, but yeah, plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings being issued in that region of the country. Torrential rains. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me jump to, I believe it is Mike this morning. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Steve. That video, I sent you a video of that hailstorm. I don't know. But anyways, I did a little research. That hailstorm was on Interstate 76 in very northeastern Colorado. It was between Sterling and Brush, Colorado there. Is where it was at. But no doubt it was a good hailstorm. The way the sound was on the video, you could sure hear it hailing, that's for sure.
That's all
I had, Steve. I just kind of wanted to let you know where it was at. So
very good. All right. Well,
always enjoy listening to you.
Thank you for checking in. Have a great night out there. All right, that frees things up. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. All right, looking here at, I guess this would be kind of a breaking story out of North Carolina, where two sheriff's deputies, one of the two sheriff deputies who were shot after entering a home, a Watauga County home, to conduct a wellness check, has died. The other sheriff remained inside, is in unknown condition, as an armed standoff continued into the evening. They gave an update about 9 o'clock, roughly 10 hours after police had issued a shelter-in-place order to the local residents. Authorities identified Sergeant Chris Ward as the deputy who was airlifted to a hospital and later succumbed to his injuries. The second officer, Logan Fox, was still inside the home, where an armed person has continued to periodically fire at police who have surrounded the building and evacuated the neighborhood. Now, they say haunting images posted to a Facebook profile under Ward's name and job description show a collection of black banded police badges in honor of other deputies who were killed in the line of duty in the state. One of them was fellow Watauga County Sheriff's Deputy William Ronald Mast, who was ambushed while responding to a call back in 2012. Under a recent photo of himself in uniform, Ward's friends commented, "Be careful, please," and things like, "Love you, buddy, be safe." Police departments from across the state arrived to lend their support to the Watauga County Sheriff's Office, including state police and SWAT operators, officers from multiple departments, deputies from neighboring counties, and more. Authorities issued a shelter-in-place order for the community. This is a little community about 115 miles northwest of Charlotte, North Carolina. Authorities said an ongoing standoff in Browns Chapel area prompted the lockdown after officers arrived about 10 a.m. following reports that a homeowner and his family had been absent from work and were not answering the phone. So it was, what they call a wellness check. When deputies arrived, they found all the family's vehicles outside. They went in, and an unidentified shooter opened fire, striking 2 of them. Residents were warned to close and lock their doors and windows, shelter inside. A video from the scene showed the police had blocked off Chapel Hills Road and were staging in the church parking lot as they worked to secure the area. I guess there was a local school that went on lockdown, although parents were allowed to pick up their children. So I'm looking for the timestamp on that because, again, the update was, I guess, about 9 o'clock this past evening, so several hours ago. I'm going to try to get an update. How has the standoff ended at this point in time? Again, I guess the biggest question, the other officer that was still inside the home, is that officer dead or alive? And what's going on there in North Carolina? So, all right, thank you for the heads up. That was via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. All right, we were talking commodities before we hit our news break there at the bottom of the hour. And as I mentioned, Vic had sent me a message this past day in regards to that. Steve, I'll share this website with you, freightwaves.com. Yeah, I'm very familiar with FreightWaves, which has a lot of transportation in all categories. I don't know what their copyright policy is because it doesn't affect me the same as you, but it does provide info to launch wider searches through. Short story on commodities is there was a lot of questionable government reports during President Trump's presidency. Now the current reports are adjusting for that, as I've seen so often over the years. When people try to manipulate the market, natural occurrences take it further than intended. In this case, reduced crop production in South America, a late freeze or drought in North America, and increased Chinese purchases. Chinese purchases under the trade deal are nearing fulfillment. Now, shipment is another matter. Sales can be canceled, drought is ending, and weather's getting warmer. Companies are reluctant to reduce consumer prices, though meaning reduced demand. Nearest illustration is lumber. Stump prices, the price lumber companies pay for timber. It's still low because of contracts and company-owned timber plantations. Lumber companies are making a killing and aren't interested in increasing lumber output. Most of the harvesting and milling is highly automated. I haven't delved into it, but it shouldn't be that hard to increase output. It's giving timber companies a very good opportunity to hedge production into the future. Many people are predicting another housing crisis at the end of this year, which could reduce or would reduce lumber prices if that is true. There's a feeling that at some time interest rates are going to increase to cool inflation. In the grain sector, once prices reach a certain level along with reduced supplies, the Renewable Fuels Act requires that grain will no longer be used for biofuels. Now, 2022, the year, is midterms. The Democrats are frightened they may lose Congress. And it seems they can only get elected in a crisis. Will they create a crisis in 2022? The odds are yes. Meanwhile, China will profit from increased interest on America's debt. There's a method to the madness, but commodities, unlike stocks, will publish a host of financial reports on which to base your buy or sell decisions. Commodities, it's more about conjecture, of which there's a lot of dissenting conjectures. Most of the reports I looked at tonight were warning that a top was nearing in commodities. When there's that much consensus, it concerns me a little. China would be the wild card. They will not provide accurate data on their agricultural supplies, claiming it's about their national security. The rest of the world publishes and bases decisions on the data that China does provide. Although China tells the world that due to national security concerns, the data is inaccurate. So in that respect, the commodities world is indeed just a little crazy right now. Okay, to say the least, I believe you are correct. Crazy, I guess that's a fair assessment. Thank you so much, Vic. Appreciate you taking the time to send that my way. It is 844-844-3388. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. This FBI thing on Rudy, you think it's a payback for the deal come out with John Kerry? It just seems like it's our FBI is not acting right, and I'm really I think I'm more fearful of the fact the FBI is not doing their they're not doing their job. They're not being earning the trust of the American people, and I feel like they've got a political motive about what they've done. We proved it in the past. Hunter's laptop, they've had it since 2019. That I understand that laptop's been copied, so it's the information on that one laptop's been saved for self-protection for the people that legally ended up with it. So if they destroyed the laptop itself, all that information is still there. But this thing with Giuliani, it just the day before it was all about Kerry, and now this. I tell you what, we're seeing power struggle like we've never seen before, or maybe let's put it this way: we're seeing power struggle because the information is out there like never before, and it just shows you how frail our freedom truly is. And prayers that we win over and we vote the right people in. But I'm sorry, President Trump. Yes, we can't have one king. He showed everybody how to do it, and I'd like to see a lot more Republicans pay attention. How old is he going to be in 4 years? That's an issue. I mean, it just needs to be done. And this thing with the packing the courts, it wouldn't hurt to pack the courts. It wouldn't hurt. I mean, break them in two, and then that way you can get more work done up there.
Yeah.
On separate, separate cases. You got 9 now, and then you put 9 more on another thing, and then you get more work done, because there's a lot of things that come up they refuse to listen to. So even break it down on what is, break it down one court to the other court. So I don't know. I mean, if they grow lemons, I guess the Republicans could try to make lemonade out of it. And it seems like they knew this was going to happen when they had the power. They've been talking about it. It's nothing new, but they did nothing to stop it. So, hey, I know I say sit back and pop some popcorn and watch and see what's happening.
I mean, the whole prospect
we can do about it.
You got, you mentioned Hunter's laptop. The headline I'm looking at here, Giuliani shocker. FBI refused to take Hunter's hard drive. So they raid Giuliani's home Wednesday morning, a surprisingly cooperative target. Supposedly, someone close to Giuliani said that one of the agents pointed to a computer hard drive on the former mayor's desk asking about it. Giuliani responded, "Oh, that's Hunter Biden's hard drive." He offered to give the hard drive to the agents, telling them it has evidence of Biden committing multiple crimes with his son Hunter. The agents reportedly not only rebuffed the evidence, but they didn't even bother to check what was on the hard drive. They don't even want to see it.
So it's still out there.
It's out there.
It's still out there, and I believe it's been copied for self. I believe the people that at the store that legally ended up with the laptop.
Yeah.
But I'd say they probably got a copy of it too. So, wow, it's worse than even I thought. But it just, I'm glad Trump's doing well and he ain't heading to jail. It sounds like they backed off trying to totally destroy him. But this FBI, I'm really worried about the FBI. I mean, if we don't have justice and we don't have what can I say?
Yeah.
I mean, we come close to cleaning out the swamp, and I think the biggest thing that hurt us all, and I mean it hurt us, to find out that our FBI was so stuck in the swamp or so filthy, and I guess they've been trying to stay undercover, but boy, they seem to be coming out from under the rock, and they don't care who knows now. So what does that mean? So, and I think about what Biden says to that reporter that have asked about Trump running again. He says, "Oh, if there's even a Republican Party left."
Yeah.
And I mean, I truly believe they're trying to totally destroy the Republican Party. And man, this is amazing. We'll sit back and popcorn. There's nothing we can do but in less than 2 years, go vote. And if these states are able and they're able to fight back the Congress from trying to take all the voting power out of take it out, keep it from going into the hands of the people in D.C., leave it into the states. Other than that, just sit back and copy the mail, pour myself another cup of coffee, and find out what's going to happen today.
All right.
And no, I didn't listen to a word Biden had to say, buddy, because I just don't have a respect for the man. I don't believe he was elected. And there, FBI, you heard me. Take everything I got. It ain't worth a whole lot. All right, buddy.
All right. Thank you much, Chevy Guy. We've got wide open lines there. So jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, so they're raiding Giuliani's, residence. And there's a hard drive on a desk. What's that? That's Hunter Biden's hard drive. He had a copy of it. Now, were they thinking, well, we've already got that. We don't need, but they took him at his word. Yeah, how would they know what was on it if they would have had to have plugged it in to look at it, right? Yeah, Giuliani's got his own attorney, and he had some things to say about that, so we'll delve into that coming up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Joe Biden touted efforts to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19. He urged people to go get vaccinated.
90% of Americans now live within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Everyone over the age of 16, everyone is now eligible to get vaccinated right now, right away. Go get vaccinated, America.
And the FBI has executed search warrants at the home and office of former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, with agents seizing computers and cell phones from the properties. The personal lawyer of former President Donald Trump has been under a federal investigation into his business dealings in the Ukraine. Giuliani has said that those investigations are politically motivated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
The field to possibly replace California Governor Gavin Newsom is growing. Lance Pry has that story.
With more than 1.6 million valid signatures, the California governor recall became official, and Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will face a yet-to-be-determined number of contenders later this year. At least 9 people have declared their intentions to run, including Caitlyn Jenner, the Olympian and transgender activist, former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer, and businessman John Cox. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And Apollo 11 astronaut Michael Collins has died. Collins was part of the 3-man crew who traveled to the moon in 1969, orbiting the moon in the command module Columbia while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the surface. An Air Force fighter pilot, Collins joined NASA in 1963 and first went into space on the Gemini 10 mission in 1966. Apollo 11 was his final space flight. He later went on to become the director of the National Air and Space Museum. Michael Collins was 90. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Law enforcement in many states are on the lookout for fake COVID vaccination cards. Tim Berg explains why.
As Americans continue to be vaccinated, the fight against fake vaccination cards continues. 42 bipartisan attorneys generals across the country are raising concerns about the public health risks associated with fraudulent cards. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein says these fake vaccine cards are a huge issue.
This is incredibly problematic because it will damage people's health. More people will get the virus, pass it on to others if there is widespread use of fake vaccine cards.
The Democrat also telling ABC's Good Morning America that sites like OfferUp and eBay are working with him and other attorneys generals to prevent fraudulent or blank COVID-19 cards from being sold.
We've heard back from the 4 we contacted. They all indicated they want to cooperate and rid their websites of these cards.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the FDA is expected to announce a ban on menthol cigarettes as early as this week. The Washington Post first reporting on the plan. The agency has until Thursday to respond to a citizen's petition seeking a ban. Any possible ban is expected to take years to implement, with lawsuits from the tobacco industry expected. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At
You have not
Hotshot
entered
Secret,
any
we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back as we roll on into the early hours of a Thursday coming on here. Yeah, weekend is on the horizon. Yeah, for many, it's going to be a very soggy, potentially severe weather kind of Thursday. Let me get quickly back to, again, raiding Giuliani's place. Yesterday, in a statement released after the raid by Giuliani's attorney, Robert Costello. Yeah, he said the refusal of the FBI to even look at the hard drive demonstrates the political nature of this probe, this so-called probe. Keep in mind, the agents could not read the physical hard drives without plugging them in. But they took Giuliani's word that the hard drives were copies of Hunter Biden's hard drive, and that they didn't contain anything pertaining to Giuliani. Their reliance on his credibility tells you everything you need to know about this case. Now, reportedly, the federal probe into Giuliani's dealings with the Ukraine has been underway for like 18 months, supposedly focuses on whether he registered as a foreign agent when he advocated for the dismissal of the U.S. ambassador in Kiev. Giuliani, who was lawyer to President Trump, said repeatedly that he was representing Trump in Ukraine and not foreign interests in Washington. Now, they say they've repeatedly offered to cooperate with prosecutors looking into the case, but Costello said the prosecutors have refused to engage with him or his client. Instead, prosecutors of the Southern District of New York sought to use the high-profile raid to draw attention to their probe. Costello says this demonstrates that the Justice Department's running roughshod over the constitutional rights of anyone involved in or legally defending former President Trump. All right, the Trump derangement syndrome has gone so far that hatred has driven this unjustified, unethical attack on the U.S. attorney and mayor who did more to reduce crime than virtually any other in American history. So he goes on. But that's pretty much the breakdown. Yeah, I mean, how could they just take him at his word? Hey, that's Hunter Biden's hard drive. Oh, we don't want to see that. All right, I think there's another that says every one of us, every American should be really concerned about this raid. We'll bring that up and explain here in a bit. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Robert, I believe it is.
Hey, morning, Steve. I-95 in Virginia, where 295 meets up around the 84-mile marker going northbound, it is completely shut down once you hit 95. Looks like there's a fatality accident, and they're just circling everybody back.
Okay, so and where's the location again?
I-95 in Virginia, going northbound about the 84-mile marker. It's where 295 and 95 merge together. And once you hit 95, there's an accident, and they're just circling everybody back because it's completely shut down. Looks like there's a fatality.
Okay, all right. So is there much of a backup there, or is everybody being turned around and they got a detour set up?
There's a backup. No detours are really set up, but they're circling everybody around, and that's part of the backup. They opened up like one of the turnarounds in the middle of the intersection. They coned it off. So I don't know how they're going to do tractor trailers at all. But that's what they're doing with the four-wheelers right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got for you for tonight, Steve.
Hey.
Just figured I know horse feathers and stuff go through that area, so give everybody a heads up.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the heads up. We appreciate that. All right. Let me jump over next up. Bob checks in from, in Columbus, Ohio. Isaac just got back to Cincinnati from Iowa. He said, I was in the rain pretty much all day. Charlie said, Steve, did you read the story about the Delphi, Indiana murders? Yeah, you know what? I have, and that's very interesting what's going on there. It's not like the case is solved at this point. But we touched on that briefly last evening, the individual that they've got in custody right now. They gave quite a bit of information this past day about who this guy is, what he's all about. And it is kind of disturbing. James Brian Chadwell is his name. 5 things you need to know about James Chadwell. All right, he's 42 years old, from Lafayette, Indiana. He's accused of attempted murder after police found an injured, missing 9-year-old girl in his basement on April the 19th. Authorities in nearby Delphi, Indiana, we're talking like only 15 miles away, are looking at him as a possible suspect in the notorious unsolved 2017 murders there. According to the sheriff, the information has obviously been shared with us, and our investigators are looking into him. Now, we won't go through the whole scenario where the 2 girls, Abby and Libby, were murdered after they were going on a hike near an old bridge back in February of 2017. We all recall that little snippet from the cell phone, one of the girls, where you heard the voice of a man saying, down the hill. Remember that? Chadwell is a felon with an extensive criminal history. Some have noted he has chilling tattoos of girls' faces on his arms. Now, they've got a side-by-side photo of one of I'm not sure if that was Abby or Libby, right next to the photo of one of the tattoos on his arm, which, the similarities are there. It could be a tattoo of her face. And that is rather chilling. All right, you start with the probable cause affidavit was that a missing child was located in his residence in Lafayette, Indiana. Officers were dispatched regarding a missing child report. Upon arrival, officers took a report stating a female child, approximately 10 years old, had left her residency at about 6:30 p.m. They couldn't find her. While officers were searching the neighborhood, they made contact with James Chadwell, who told officers the girl had been at his residence earlier but left. They continued their search but later returned to his home and asked him for permission to check his residence. He allowed them in. Officers checked the basement, which they said was secured with a chain lock. There they found the young girl, who was visibly distraught and crying with her clothing on the floor beside her, identified as the missing girl, and said Chadwell tried to kill her. She was taken to the hospital for treatment. She described going into his residence, petting his dogs. While she was in the home, she said he hit her in the head multiple times because she was fighting back. Chadwell also choked her with his hands on her neck and also using his arm in a headlock to the point where she passed out. She said most of her clothes were off when she regained consciousness, and Chadwell took her into the basement. He attempted to have intercourse, then made her perform oral sex. At one point, he got dressed to go answer the door, and then the police found her, it says. Across her neck were lateral strangulation marks, and she had broken blood vessels with black eyes, bruising to her head, arms and legs, and bite marks. She also had a dog bite. So it almost sounds as though, based on that description, the police had their initial conversation with him. Then this attack was ongoing while they were continuing their search. They come back, knock on the door, and they come in. He, in all likelihood, was in the process probably of murdering her. He now faces the following charges: attempted murder, attempted intentional killing of another, child molesting, where the defendant is at least 21 years of age, kidnapping where a victim is less than 14 years of age, criminal confinement resulting in serious bodily injury, and several other charges. Strangulation was another. All right, a Facebook post from a woman who said she was related to the 9-year-old victim claimed that Chadwell strangled her so bad that blood came out of her eyes. Her trachea is damaged to where all she can do is eat through a straw. Had it not been for the police department arriving back at the scene, she'd be dead. She was only 9. He's punching her, and his pit bull is biting her. She went on to praise the first responders. All right. Observers noted the tattoos of 2 girls' faces on his arms in which they appear to be crying blood. Some believe that one of those tattoos looks like, and I concur, it looks like Libby. Authorities have not publicly connected Chadwell to the murders at this time, other than to say they're looking into him. But you know, the oddities there. Let's see. Let's go on down because I get a number of things that they just disclosed this past day. Chadwell was a welder. Filled his Facebook page with angry rants about life, saying that he wrecked everything and that he cries a lot. Let's see. Next on the list, and I'm trying to do this off the cusp. Let's see. I'm dying inside because I feel like I have nothing, but I have everything. I'll make it. All right. This is pretty bizarre. You got to see the photographs, but they go into his history, extensive criminal history. Convicted of criminal recklessness with a deadly weapon, which is a felony in Miami County. Convicted in the year 2000 in South Dakota. Assault, aggravated, a felony. Convicted of stolen property. Convicted in U.S. District Court of being a felon in possession of a firearm. Let's see. Convicted in South Dakota of aggravated assault in 2003. And man, the list just goes on and on. Receiving stolen property, OWI with a prior, a felony, resisting law enforcement. All right, so why was this guy even out on the streets? You kind of wonder, but... All right, we've got open lines here on a Thursday morning. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. I guess this is right up inbred rednecks alley. Is Dogecoin what happened yesterday? Here comes Elon Musk. Every time he says something about Dogecoin, the prices change. Elon Musk named himself the Doge Father ahead of his appearance on Saturday Night Live. Now he sends a tweet out, I guess identifying himself as the Doge Father. The price of Dogecoin shot up from 25 cents to 30 cents in less than 15 minutes after he posted the quote, cryptic tweet. It simply says, quote, the Doge Father. That's it. That's after a price slump last week when the crypto, it fell after hitting an all-time high. This recent spike pushes the value of the currency back toward the record highs that they were experiencing earlier this month. See, they announced over the weekend that Elon's going to be hosting Saturday Night Live next month. Let's see. Fans were shocked to learn that the Tesla CEO would be headlining the long-running sketch show. One fan wrote to Saturday Night Live on Twitter, April Fool's Day was like 3 weeks ago. What are you doing here? Guys, please, you can do better than this. What a joke. So I guess a lot of people don't think Elon's going to be even worth the time as a host for Saturday Night Live. But yeah, he does not have a significant holding in Dogecoin, they say. He has been known to post about it on Twitter from time to time, and every time he does, typically it prompts the value to increase. All right, it's just a digital coin with a picture of a dog on it. He said back in January that whenever I make post about Dogecoin, it's just a joke. But every time he does, it does have a clear, real impact on the value of the cryptocurrency. In response to his tweet, several people replied with various memes of Musk with Doge and the phrases like Doge rise, Doge taking the world. I guess he will identify himself as the Doge Father come his Saturday Night Live hosting appearance. Yeah, I think that was it May the 9th? Can't remember the exact date. All right, meanwhile, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. All right, keeping an eye on what's happening with our weather out there. A lot of action tonight. See if we've got any updates as far as tornadoes. Okay, not seeing any. Just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and flood warnings continue to roll in from Texas to Arkansas. And, of course, you've got your flood watches that extend through much of Missouri, right on up into southern Illinois, southern Indiana, some of the neighboring counties along the Kentucky-Indiana line. Going to see a lot of rain today for your Thursday. All right, as we head toward news break time here at the bottom of the hour, here's the scoop we were talking about last evening, a little more, and I guess this kind of goes along with the whole commodities thing to some extent, and that is in the form of gas prices going up. But will we be looking at shortages of gasoline this summer? The report from The Hill this past day, with potentially millions of people ready to break the pandemic seal on their home's front door and head out for a road trip. It may very well end being fuel challenged, as in can't find gas. It's not a shortage of actual gasoline. It's the shortage of the drivers to haul the gas. Now, we kind of broke that down last evening a bit. The early pandemic lockdowns and the business shutdowns apparently caused a lot of tanker truck drivers to look for other work. Gas demand had plummeted. We've been dealing with the driver shortage for a while, but the pandemic took that to a metastasized level. According to the National Tank Truck Carriers, as we mentioned last evening, somewhere akin to 25% of tank trucks are parked as we head into the summer because they don't have qualified drivers. And also some of the driving schools shut down early in the pandemic. Making matters worse for the industry, McCormick says there's the new federal clearinghouse that went online in January of last year to identify truck drivers with prior drug or alcohol violations or failed drug tests, which knocked about 40 to 60,000 total drivers out of the national employment pool. That's a lot of drivers. In normal times, driver turnaround can run around 50%. That spiked to roughly 70% in April of last year. Tank operators have been raising their pay to try and fill their driver's seats and raising the rates they charge customers accordingly. See, you pass it on down. McCormick said he had to double his recruiting budget to get the same number of drivers. But he's not taking the loss on it. He's passing that cost on in higher rates. Spokesman for the National Association of Convenience Stores said his members are very worried about what this may mean as we head into the summer months. Gasoline right now, demand is back to about 97% of where it was at this time in 2019, well before the pandemic. So gas demand is almost fully recovered, in other words. He says he's talked to retailers. There could be places where there are brief outages. If they have no fuel, then they have no business. People aren't going to stop in for a sandwich if you don't have any fuel. Now, they're giving us kind of an advance warning. The vacation hotspots are most at risk of shortages. There will be some sporadic outages, they're predicting, in Florida, Arizona, northwest Missouri. There were some in the recent spring break period, according to Tom Clausa with the Oil Price Information Service. Even if a few stations run out of gas, but that's going to spark, when people see this in the news, they're going to run out of gas. Everyone runs out, kind of like they did to stock up on toilet paper. Everybody runs out to top off their tank because they don't want to run dry going down the road. Imagine the hoarding with toilet paper and topping off gas tanks that we see after hurricanes. Yeah, that might happen as the demand increases. And all this could put pressure on gas prices, which typically rise at the start of the summer to begin with. Seasonal regulations take effect. The summer blends, in other words, of gasoline for the smog reduction. All right, national average price right now stands at $2.89 a gallon, up more than 60% from a year ago. And when prices and demand were bottoming now, Clausa thinks the national average will simply tip $3 per gallon, probably here as we head into the summer. Yeah, national average at $3. Yeah, that means some places are going to be paying $3.50, $3.70. Others, you always had those fluctuations, typically the cheapest right there on the Gulf Coast. But when you get in those vicinities, that normally means you may be paying $4.55 a gallon out in California. All right, let's get a news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Biden said that the country will stand up to China over unfair trade practices. He recalled telling China's president that the U.S. will also maintain a military presence in the Pacific.
America will stand up to unfair trade practices that undercut American workers and American industries like subsidies from state to state-owned operations and enterprises and the theft of American technology and intellectual property. I also told President Xi that we'll maintain a strong military presence in the Indo-Pacific, just as we do with NATO and Europe, not to start a conflict, but to prevent one.
The president also called on Congress to pass legislation to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, work towards comprehensive immigration reform, unveiled his American Family Plan, and tried to sell his American Jobs Plan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, I was trying to get an update on the scenario there in North Carolina where sheriffs had entered the home, someone opened fire, one of those sheriffs, of course, dead. Fate of the, I believe they're saying the other sheriff was wounded. Looking here from USA Today, and this was from about 2 hours ago, so it's the latest information. They say the shooter remains active on the scene. Approximately 15 law enforcement agencies, including the North Carolina Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, responding to the standoff. Let's see. Clarence Wilson, 78 years old, was on the porch of his home in Boone when sheriff's deputies pulled up in front of the house across the street. which he said gunfire erupted after the deputies arrived. Let me see. We know you're angry. North Carolina sheriff says they told me go back in my house and stay. Wilson said he saw deputies pull a man from the house. I don't know if it was the deputy or who it was. I was just trying to keep myself safe. He then said, I heard a second barrage of gunfire. This is going like back to the noon hour. Let's see. Police remained on the scene for hours later. Okay, the update, I guess the last update gave that I can find was a little after 9 o'clock, so not a whole lot of new information there. We'll keep watching, though, and let you know if we can find more. If you can find something, you can feel free to share it with me. All right. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So did your computer system decide to do a phone update in the last news break?
I was successful in doing so. Thus, I should be good to go to the end of the show. Whew. Thank goodness.
Okay. I was going to say, I got disconnected. It said, goodbye.
Did you hear the computer talking to you when you called back?
Yeah. It asked me, all the prompts there to enter my name in 15 seconds.
Okay.
And
That's
pound sign when I'm done, and thank you, and yep. So did you see the deal there about the cheerleader that made a post online when she didn't get to make the varsity cheerleading team in one of them social media deals? She kind of said F the cheerleaders and F the sports and F the school and F everyone.
I did not see that, no.
Then she got kicked off the junior varsity cheerleading team. And then, of course, they went to court, and the court said that, well, even though she said it about the school, it was not during school, so they were not supposed to reprimand her by kicking her off the team, the cheerleading team, because she had a bad day from when she didn't make the varsity team or whatever, the whole deal. I don't know.
Wow.
It was pretty comical, to tell you the truth, but it's like, all this social media stuff has just gotten way, way out of hand, and it's just gone up and over the top. So all the more reason not to have it. Just get rid of it. Everybody should just get rid of it. And but anyway, so is there any more updates on that other shooting there that the family members are calling the execution of their beloved family member that was a great, upstanding citizen?
Yes, on that one, indeed there is, and I've got that in the mix here somewhere. Yeah, the judge has denied the request to release the body cam publicly for 30 days from the officers, but he said they will show the family within 10 days. But he kind of explains that that little 20-second clip that was somehow leaked out that the family saw does not tell the whole story, which that's typically the way it works, is it not?
Really?
Yes.
You mean that whole deal of the pickup truck loaded up with the SWAT team riding down the road doesn't tell the whole story? They're going to ambush them. Unreal. So hey, one last thing here. I got some trucking news here for you, and I don't know what it means, but on my way out tonight, I'm headed over here to the battleground area of Gettysburg, and I have to drive by an international truck dealership, and they have very minimal trucks on their lot most of the time, as it is anyways. But all the trucks that are normally on the lot are missing. And it looks like there's a whole bunch of stuff behind the building that normally they don't have a lot of stuff behind their building. And out in front of their building next to the road, they're putting up a brand new chain link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire on it.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know any reason why a truck dealership would need to have chain link fence and barbed wire strung across the top of it? out in front where they normally showcase all their new vehicles on the the street front. Just are we expecting something coming down the pike? I mean, are we gonna be the point now we're gonna have to have those steel cages on all the storefronts and all the little towns and boroughs and your convenience stores? So when you close up, you close up the steel cages and I'm thinking people were starting to think ahead and starting to figure out how to protect their assets a little bit. And I'm thinking times aren't going to be good here for a while by the looks of things. But I just thought that was pretty interesting that what are all these car dealerships going to do with all these new cars sitting on their lots? You think when the time comes to push that people are gonna. You think there's gonna be thefts of these new cars sitting on these lots? I don't know.
I know I know truck lots, truck dealerships. They've been known. I mean, it's been known to happen. They come in and then the batteries may be missing out of a dozen trucks, or they may find wheels missing off trucks. Yeah.
So I'm thinking that all this stuff we better hope in 2022 that we turn something in the election. And I still say the best thing that could happen is that our former president, great President Trump, should run for a House seat down there in Florida, get the House seat, go in there and be nominated to be Speaker of the House and sit right there and have Nancy Pelosi look at him sitting in her chair. I still think that would be the best thing that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
But and then if he did that, 2 years after that, he doesn't have to stay in the House. He could run for president again after that for 2024. So that can, wouldn't that just be the frosting on the cake? But anyway, there. So I don't know. Kind of a quiet night. I guess we're waiting for a little bit of monsoon coming. I guess whatever Steve had out there in Indiana is supposed to be coming here for sometime this afternoon, this evening, tonight, through tomorrow morning before daylight. It's supposed to be cleared out before rush hour Friday morning. So we'll see how all that develops and plays out between what you and the AccuWeather gods decide to do to us here.
Yeah, I know we're supposed to see a lot of rain today. Showers, then a lot of thunderstorms. Yep, it's going to be. Little Rowan's supposed to have a ball game. I think it's slated for 6:30 tonight. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Definitely. So I don't know. Well, you got controls over that. You got the inside connection to the AccuWeather gods there. So I don't know. Maybe you can
right.
talk to the man there that knows the people in charge there, right? So,
yeah, I think they're going to have to. They'll be playing mud ball if they do play tonight. Just based on the forecast, those fields are going to be mud pits. All right, well, good to hear from you, Horse Feathers. Thanks for checking in. Let me see here. Yeah, we're all kind of anxiously awaiting with this warm-up that we've seen. I've been talking about the 17-year cicadas, and the time to emerge is almost here. It's Brood X, or Brood 10, the big one, as they call it. 17-year cicadas. They're about to tunnel out of their long dormancy and take over about 15 portions of 15 states, including our entire region, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana. And they're trying to answer some of the questions. Of course, last time they were out was in 2004. What was going on in 2004? That's when Tobey Maguire was still the reigning Spider-Man. And they left behind billions of baby bugs. Those baby bugs, heirs to the infamous 2021 Brood X, burrowed underground for 17 years where they've been sucking moisture from the tree roots. Now is their time to shine. Now that they're adults, they're ready to come out of their slumber. All right. First of all, the hatched nymphs, they come out to mate. That's what the sentence, they have one thing to do. They come out, they mate, they die. Of course, they have to lay the eggs. They mate, they lay the eggs, and that over about a 6-week period, then those adults all die off. But then the hatched nymphs drop down off the trees, and they do the same thing. They burrow underground, where they'll spend the next 17 years. They say it's the natural cycle that they've been following for thousands of years. All right, there's not an exact date, but we've had this warm up. They typically talk about the ground temperature having to, when the ground temperature hits like 60 degrees, I think it is, some there in that vicinity. Yeah, they know that it's warm enough to survive when they come out of the ground. Typically, you get a good rain, and that's what we're about to see. You get a good soaking rain, and then you have some warmth. And here they come. The first sign would be these little chimneys things, these little mud extensions, little tubes that you'll find sticking out of the ground all over your yard, or especially under the trees after a heavy rain. All right. With the warming temperatures, a nice soaking rain, then they really start to pop. They don't all come out at once. It takes about 2 weeks for all of them to dig out from under the ground, where they'll start singing, mating, reproducing, laying eggs. They typically peak somewhere late May, early June. The lifespan is somewhere 4 to 6 weeks above ground. Then they'll all begin to die off June into July. There's always a few stragglers that hang on into the summer. So remember, they don't all emerge at once, so we're not talking 4 weeks and we're done. If the weather's consistently warm and dry, that would mean the cicadas would finish mating sooner rather than later. They should all be mostly gone by mid-July. But yeah, here in our region, some of the signs are already popping up in some neighborhoods. I've seen people posting photographs of these little mud tubes we were talking about, saying, anybody know what these are? They're all over my yard. Yeah, that's those little mounds they make, these little chimneys or turrets, as they call them, a little mound of mud as they're tunneling out. All right, there you go. So how many are we talking about? Well, we're talking billions with a B. This is the big one. For people who've been around a while, you remember what it was like 17 years ago or further back when you were a kid. Yeah, but those who weren't around 17 years ago or were too young to remember, for them, this will be quite the experience. They'll be everywhere, on the trees, on the side of your house. I mean, you name it. And the biggest region, in addition to Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, you've got Delaware, Georgia, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, PA, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, and Washington, D.C. So some of the big cities. This is the big one. Thing is, they don't sting. They're pretty much harmless. Yeah, they're more or less a nuisance. When you're riding down the highway at highway speed, they make a big splat on your windshield. And if you have enough of them in your yard, when they all start to die off, they do kind of stink. A bit of a stench for all the dead ones. Good morning, Heatwave. What's happening?
Good morning, senor. Not a whole lot. Yeah, I was a victim of the phone cutoff yesterday, and then I guess your Mary Maid phone operator decided she wasn't going to take anybody.
She would not cooperate. Yes. I thought I was going to have to pretty much just fill a whole hour myself. I was like, well, good golly, come on, please work.
And I'm trying to make sure I get a good signal out here. I may have to call you back. Hell, I just lost you, I think. Hello.
I got you. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Okay, there you are. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it was singing that song, Hello, Hello Again, by the Cars last night, because every time I'd call in, I would hear the gentleman say, hey, leave a message, and I did, and I'd get knocked off, and I'd call back, sing it again. Yeah, it must have been about 12 times, and I said, I'll call him today. Yeah, well, them cicadas, they must make pretty good fish bait after a while, huh?
I think they do, yes. I know people do use them to go fishing. You're right about that.
Yeah. Well, I know the chickens around our neck of the woods, whenever the grasshoppers get bad, they go out there and they just absolutely gobble them up. I mean, you can get a quart jar full of nothing but grasshoppers in maybe 5 minutes time when the season's bad. You know it's bad when the grasshoppers are on cedar post and they're eating the damn bark off the post. That's pretty bad. But the eggs will have like a nutty flavor to it. So I wonder what the fish would taste like if they were eating them damn cicadas all the time.
Yeah.
Chevy guy is pretty much, he's spot on with our FBI. We got the Democratic Socialists going on right now, which is basically the brown shirts or the Nazi Party. And, the Nazis had their secret police, their SS, which is basically, it was the FBI of the time for them. I really don't like the way this is going. And with them saying, we need to pack the Supreme Court. Well, I think somebody on the other side said at one time elections have consequences. And it just so happened to be that Trump was there when three of them decided to either retire or knock off, So, that has consequences. And then they're talking about, well, let's pack the court and then have a limit on how long these people can be in office in the courts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's been something talked about with the people in Congress. But no, I guess what is good for thou is bad for thee, or however that works out.
Right.
Geez. It's no damn wonder that most of them are lawyers, and lawyers already have a bad rap to begin with. They say, what's 10,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean? They say, well, it's a good start. And some comedians say, at the bottom of the ocean, there's whale manure. And then below that, 10 foot under, is a bunch of lawyers under that. So, I mean, just to say, if you want to earn our respect, because it's not, we don't work for them. They work for us, but they got it ass backwards thinking that we work for them and that we are just going to go ahead and kowtow and say, oh, okay, we'll pay $6.3 trillion for whatever. Just short of a actual revolution, we've got to get these people voted out. But the problem is, every time we say, our Congress has a 7% approval rating, the person that's voting for their candidate, well, it's not their person that's bad, it's everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone in Congress is bad, but my Johnny or whatever. And, people, you need to see that if your person has been in the office for 40-something years and nothing has changed, well, it seems like to me it'd be one of your people that are going bad. It is the bad apple of the bunch. I'm out here trying to change the way New Mexico sees things by voting for Republicans, because all we got are a bunch of damn Democrats, save for one, and that's Yvette Harrell. She's a Republican, but when you've only got one little voice out there screaming amongst a valley of giants that are already moaning and bitching, complaining about how bad this country is, and and whatnot, and they're on the top pedestal of politics. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get them giants knocked down. So other than that, we're heading to Albuquerque to hopefully drop this trailer and grab another one, head west. And we still got about half our 70. And I just don't like it going down to Bloomington, California to our terminal. Because them guys down there, they'll tell you the biggest damn lies ever.
Yeah.
We don't have freight. This has got to be east. Dispatchers, politicians, they're all the same, I think. But you get a few good ones in there, and it makes things better. But yeah, just disappointed. I seen where I think it's Buckeye Boy was saying he was heading to Albuquerque starting Friday. Yeah, go ahead and friend me up on Facebook there, Buckeye Boy, and when you get to Moriarty, give me a holler, and I'll come by and we'll visit. We'll stop somewhere, and I'll come by and say hey to you, and you can tell the rest of the people out there, yeah, you actually seen a heat wave in person. All right. Well, Senor, I guess I'll go ahead and let you go. All I had was a bunch of nonsense for today, but
all right, Ron,
I'll try to think of something a little bit more intellectual for tomorrow.
Ron had one quick question for you. Ron said, ask Heatwave, how did you know they had a nutty flavor?
That's what I've been told. And so I just, whatever my wife puts in front of me, generally I eat. Because if I don't, she's going to look at me with suspicion. But there's been some cookbooks out there and some cooking folks that say, depending on how much the chicken eats, as far as the grasshoppers go, it's kind of a nutty type of flavor. Personally, I can't tell the difference myself.
Yeah.
Especially when you got ham and onions and bell peppers and cheese, mixed in with your eggs. So it all tastes good to me in the end.
There you go. All right. Are you going to eat any cicadas when they emerge? I remember, I remember distinctly the last two 17-year emergence. Don't really remember the first. I would have been like 5 at the time. But Cincinnati has what they got, a pizza chain, Snappy Tomato Pizza. And they were advertising Snappy Cicada Pizza. Now, they say that they are a high source of protein. Not for me. I do know they say that your pets, the dogs will eat the damn things. I don't think they'll hurt your dog if they eat them, but they don't really want to eat the wings and the legs, whatever. But there you go. The birds have a heyday. That's in part the reason they come out in such mass, in the billions. They come out in such a magnitude that the birds and all the other critters that feed on them, there's too many of them. They can eat till they're full, to their fulfillment, till they can't eat anymore, but there's still plenty of them to go around. That guarantees their survival for the next 17 years. All right, a news update. Todd got you coming up next year. Hang in there. We'll get to Ranger Dak. Double R's on the line, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Joe Biden touted the effort to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19 and urged more people to go get vaccinated.
90% of Americans now live within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Everyone over the age of 16, everyone is now eligible to get vaccinated right now, right away. Go get vaccinated, America.
He also unveiled the details of his American Families Plan. In the Republican response, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott called the plan another costly intrusion into American lives.
The beauty of the American dream is that families get to define it for themselves. We should be expanding opportunities and options for all families, not throwing money at certain issues because Democrats think they know best.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden laid out his legislative agenda Wednesday night in an address to a joint session of Congress, which came with varied reactions from across the political spectrum. Senator Ted Cruz called the evening's address boring but radical. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that he believes the president has purposefully tried to speak quietly while pushing an extreme agenda.
You know, I challenge you to remember a single line from the speech. I mean, it was monotone. The chamber was nearly empty, and that really has characterized the first 100 days of Joe Biden, that he's tried to say nothing notable, he's tried to tweet nothing notable. I think that made the political decision that many people were tired of the drama of the previous 4 years, and they wanted something calm. And so, but Joe is deliberately being boring, but the substance of what he's saying is radical. This is the most radical first 100 days of any president in the history of this country.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Law enforcement in many states are on the lookout for fake COVID vaccination cards. Tim Berg explains why.
As Americans continue to be vaccinated, the fight against fake vaccination cards continues. 42 bipartisan attorneys generals across the country are raising concerns about the public health risks associated with fraudulent cards. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein says these fake vaccine cards are a huge issue.
This is incredibly problematic because it will damage people's health. More people will get the virus, pass it on to others if there is widespread use of fake vaccine cards.
The Democrat also telling ABC's Good Morning America that sites like OfferUp and eBay are working with him and other attorneys generals to prevent fraudulent or blank COVID-19 cards from being sold.
We've heard back from the 4 we contacted. They all indicated they want to cooperate and rid their websites of these cards.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Apollo 11 astronaut Michael Collins has died. Collins was part of the 3-man crew who traveled to the moon in 1969, orbiting the moon in the command module Columbia, while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the surface. An Air Force fighter pilot, Collins joined NASA in 1963 and first went into space on the Gemini 10 mission in 1966. Apollo 11 was his final spaceflight. Michael Collins was 90. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, Horsefeather sent me a photograph. Said the cicadas are already coming out in his lawn. Yeah, he's got the picture. A lot of holes there. Yep, they're going to be everywhere, aren't they? All right, he had also asked about anything new in the developments in the shooting in North Carolina last Wednesday, week ago this past day. And again, the judge, Jerry Foster, said, I believe the videos contain information that could harm the ongoing investigation or threaten the people seen in the footage. This must stay out of the public view for at least 30 days. I'll tell you more of what the judge had to say coming up here. Meanwhile, I promised we'd get to Todd. Thanks for hanging in there first out of the break. Good morning, Todd. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Just want to talk about the defunding of the police. Can you imagine if the deal in Delphi, if we had already let the left defund the police, what would have happened? You know, they wouldn't have intervened, or, you know, the little girl would have died. I have 5 granddaughters, man. That just burns me up.
Yeah.
I can't believe the gall. The left, it drives me nuts, man. I don't understand how anybody could think that way at all. And it just seems like it just keeps moving further that way all the time, every day. And like we're just sitting on our hands, letting it happen as a nation. You know, I think it's. You know, people talk about a revolt or a revolution. You know, voting's not doing what we need it to do. So at some point we have to do something. What do you think?
Yeah. What are we going to? 2022 is going to be when we can really get something done.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm kind of worried about that. I don't trust our voting system with all the stuff, the irregularities in this last election. So
yeah,
who knows? So I called in. I hadn't called in on the new platform, so this is my first time calling in on the new platform. I called in on the old show a couple of times, so I just hear that mess out of the you know, how do guys like that guy that no matter whether he did that to the other 2 girls. He's got all this record. How does a guy like that just walk free all the time? You know, everybody talks about the police. Our justice system is the courts and the lawyers and all that stuff. That's where we need to do some stuff to change stuff. It's not law enforcement.
And I only shared a portion of his rap sheet. It's a rather lengthy rap sheet, and you just kind of wonder. Yeah, and you know how these kind of people are just out there still walking the streets.
Oh yeah,
and what he was doing,
scary,
and what he was doing with that 9-year-old girl, you know, that these sort of things are not typically ever just a random one-off kind of thing. This guy could potentially be tied to a number of missing children reports. Who knows?
Oh, it could be in the dozens or hundreds. Who knows? You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just. Oh man, people are just sick. Ugh. Well, that's about all I got for the morning. I just wanted to chime in about that, and you know, like the defunding of police. I just, you know, that thing with that, and they wouldn't have been back there knocking on his door again if the left had their way.
Yeah.
So. Well, That's all I got for you this morning, Mr. Sommers. You have a good morning now.
All right, as a first-time caller, have you tried Hot Shot Secret products yet or no?
Well, no, sir, I haven't. But my son-in-law has one of the diesel pickup trucks, and I think he's used the Stiction Eliminator before, so he sold on it. So.
Well, how about I get you a coupon code so you can get, because they have gasoline products as well. It's not just diesel products, People, I think, are kind of confused about that. Get you the Stiction Eliminator is good in gas and diesel engines. Then get you the Gasoline Extreme for your car.
All righty.
I've got.
All righty, I appreciate it.
I took your number down here. I will email that to Kyle, and they should get you a code here in the next day or so via text. They'll text it to you, okay?
All righty. Have a good morning.
Be watching your text messages. And I got, there's Carrot Top's number. I spoke to him last evening. I still have your number. I did not email Kyle this past morning. Speaking of which, Kyle's probably just getting his day started. I would assume he'd be up by now, because I believe he's got a 5 a.m. flight, and he's going to be headed out to that, the race there in Kansas. Is it this week? I'm trying to read. We talked about it last evening. The race at the old airstrip. I'll pull that up, get the rest of the details again. But with a 5 a.m. flight, I'm sure he'll be listening in to us as he heads over to the airport here shortly. All right, so we've got lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, Ranger Jack got you coming up here. Hang in there just a moment. Now, speaking of defunding the police, Peter King, the representative, spoke about that this past day. He says, quote, "I think this whole move by the progressives, the liberals, to reimagine the police is disgraceful. It's based on a false narrative, and unfortunately, the police have to deal in a real world, not the imaginary world. Yes, we must improve the police, but the cops are always reforming themselves, and no one's doing a better job than they are at it. At this point in time, though, what we really need to do is restore the dignity of the police. Take the handcuffs off the police so they can do their jobs. Basically, it's to change the whole reimagine narrative. But there is no magic wand to get it done." He says, "The overwhelming majority of cops do an outstanding job. A cop's job is to protect innocent lives and get the bad guys off the streets. So we have to talk to people in public life. Rebuild the public opinion of the police. It's up to them to teach the kids to respect the cops, not to tell them the cops are out to kill them or out to shoot them." And that is the narrative, sadly, that is being taught to way too many children in this country. That the cops are bad, the popo's bad, they're out to get you. Why else, when the police come into a neighborhood and you've got, youngsters, 8, 9 years old that want to run and hide, like they've done something wrong. It's because that's what they're taught. All right, again, let's get back to your calls here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Where'd you go, Double R? You dropped off on me there, didn't you? Ranger Jack, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. These cicadas, are they like the locusts? Is that what they're...
They pretty much. The locusts are a little bit bigger, and they've got more of a green color to them. The cicadas are a little bit smaller, about 1.5 inches long, and they've got more of they got the big buggy red eyes, and they're more of an orangish kind of color versus the green.
Okay. Yeah, but similar to them, though. That's about what you're looking at.
Yes, very, very similar. Yes.
Well, Horse Brothers was saying about the dealership down there. They got all the trucks moved out and they're putting the fence up and that. Probably they're finding out that RV dealer RCD up here in Columbus. We bought an RV off and we took it in there to get it serviced. They're telling us that they've had over 20-some catalytic converters stolen off of their RVs. They're going in. They cut the fence one night, went in and cut a bunch of them off.
Yeah.
I guess they climbed the fence a couple of times and cut a bunch of them off. I didn't realize that they were so valuable, but a lot of it going on. There was the man that does the service writing at our place we get our truck maintained at. He said that they cut the catalytic converter out of a pickup truck in a guy's driveway.
Yep.
And I guess there's some precious metals in them or something.
That is correct.
Make them real valuable. And yeah, you know what it is? What are they?
I'm trying to remember. I think is it platinum? I'll have to double check. Platinum? Yeah, there is something in them. Yes.
Well, this thing with the like you're saying, you got to get these judges and stuff. They let these people back out, like the guy you're talking about with that little girl. They just keep turning them back out. And we had our vehicle. We have a 2019 Ford pickup truck. We had it broken into 3 times at our DC up here in Columbus. And the last time it was we had the Columbus police came out, and we asked the guy about, so what happens if you catch these people? He said, well, we'll arrest them. He said, take them before the judge, and the judge just turns them back out again. It's ridiculous. I mean, and as far as I have no faith in the I mean, the local law enforcement and stuff. They're doing what they can do, but whenever you hear about what's going on with the FBI, going in there and raiding, Rudy Giuliani's place and the stuff, they don't go. It don't make sense. I don't know who's pulling the ropes there. It kind of makes you leery about what's going on in the country.
Well, it is platinum. Yeah. Platinum is that's what you find in the catalytic converters. It's not a whole hell of a lot that's in there, but that's what people steal them for, to take them to the recycle facilities. Yeah, I'm looking at one recycling site, and I said, what is the minimum number of catalytic converters you will recycle for me? Let's see. The minimum lot size we accept for refining is 500 catalytic converters or 1,000 pounds of loose catalysts. That means you got to scrape the stuff. You got to get the stuff out of the inside. That's pretty wild. So, that's why people go out to these lots. And, there's times when they'll go through a neighborhood and they'll get under people's, especially the pickup trucks that sit high off the ground, where they can actually just lay down, slide under the vehicle, cut the damn thing off, and be gone in no time. You come out in the morning and start your engine and say, what the hell is that noise? What's going on? They stole your catalytic converter. Let me see here. They go on to explain just how much is in a catalytic converter. There are between 3 and 7 grams of platinum group metals in a standard catalytic converter. That ain't much. It varies on your manufacturer and your model. A small converter from a car like a Toyota Prius or a Yaris contains only half or less the platinum that a big industrial catalytic converter contains. Okay. But that only makes sense. How can I process my lot of catalytic converters? Specialty Metals Smelters and Refiners makes it fast and easy for you to scrap your catalytic converters. So again, we accept minimum lots of 500 or 1,000 pounds of loose catalyst. Okay, back up to your calls here with several lines available at 844-844-3388. I'm looking here, it says Del Villar. Who in the hell would that be? Double R?
I have no idea. How you doing, bud?
I kind of thought that's what it was into. Del Villar. So it's double R. Yeah, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, Steve?
Good.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm just going to be on here for a second. I don't want to take too much of your time. Sunday, I was down in Florida, and I run into the driver of the Trump bus, and that's a nice looking bus.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I was talking to him, and I guess the 1st of May, Mr. Trump is supposed to start rallying around the state of Florida, so that's a good thing. And another thing I wanted to say is, first of all, Steve, I'm sorry about last Friday. I know it made me look like an ass, but I had just woken up and my brain wasn't clear, and I'm sorry. I believe me, I heard it. When you said that you ain't going to call me tonight, So I apologize about that.
I don't know what you mean. And then it's not ringing a bell. I'm missing something somewhere.
The other night or Friday morning.
Yeah.
I had called in and told you I was going to be listening tonight.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Listening to me.
You're not going to be calling me because I'm not going to be here.
You look like an ass, and I'm sorry.
No, that's it's just because I wasn't going to be there Friday night, Saturday morning. Yeah, that's no big deal.
Yeah, well, that ended up. Well, it made me look like an ass. Some of our friends, and and I just kind of pissed me off. So I apologize to everybody out there. I wasn't awake, and that and there's another. Instead of stealing Cadillac converters, people are going around and stealing air conditioning units out of these houses that are being built.
Yeah, yep.
Believe it or not, my son, he delivers, he works for an outfit that's based out of Florida, but they've got a lot of offices around the United States, and he works for the one in Nashville. And you would not believe the money. Well, I'll be honest. He went to one of these contractors' house. The guy had some scrap units, and Paul went up there to help him tear them down and scrap them out. A truckload of scrap metal air conditioning units brought in $3,000.
Okay.
Just one truckload. Pickup truck.
Is that like for the? Is it the value of the? Is it the copper they're looking for in that?
Yeah, that and the compressors. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you would not believe the money that stuff's bringing in. Absolutely. And, these, it's crazy out here. I mean, this world's, you see it every day, and people are they're getting stupid.
Yeah.
And one more quick question, Steve, and I'll get off here and let somebody else on. How's our boys doing, Roland and Avery? I guess they're having the ball in that baseball, ain't they?
Yeah. Roland, he got a big hit on last Saturday's game. He smacked a triple. It was a monster hit. Yeah. Avery's doing the T-ball.
I started laughing.
Avery's doing the T-ball.
Oh, is he?
I haven't
Okay.
got to see him play yet. I think he's still doing. I don't know that he started actual games yet or not.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's a good deal, man. I'm proud of them. That's great. So, but anyhow, Steve, I'm out here listening. I got into it yesterday with a truck driver. They had me bobtail up from Orlando up to South Carolina to meet one of our drivers because apparently the guy ripped the roof off his trailer by a tree branch, and he told the company that he wasn't going to drive the trailer back down to Orlando to get fixed. So they sent me up there to pick it up, and which I don't mind. Well, I'm bobtailing up through there. I pull in a rest area yesterday morning after I got disconnected and everything on your phone system there. And I'm sitting there, and I went ahead and made me a bowl of cereal and just taking a break. And this dude in a straight truck pulls in behind me. And in the same parking spot that I was in, and he's ready to go, okay? So what does this clown do? He starts honking his horn. And I get out and I look at him. I said, "You got a problem?" He goes, "Are you going to be leaving?" I said, "Yeah, when I get good and damn ready." And needless to say, it didn't turn out very good because the law ended up getting called because, oh yeah, me and him, we kind of locked horns on it, and it wasn't a pretty sight. But hey, I don't know about these drivers out here today, Steve. I really don't. I mean, it falls in with this world, it's getting stupid. But anyhow, that's all my garbage, buddy. I'm going to get off here and let somebody else get in. I'm out here listening, and you have a wonderful morning, and I'll talk with you later.
All right. Thank you much for checking in, Double R. Be safe out there. All righty. What are we looking at here? Some of the comments here. Rick said they even stole AC units out of their apartment complex. I guess these thieves are brazen, yes. I mean, more often, I've heard that they're going into these subdivisions where they're building new homes, and you might not have any people living there yet, and probably don't have any sort of security system or cameras because nobody's living there yet. And that's just, prime for the picking. Yeah, and they'll go into homes that are being built, and they'll go in there, and if there's any tools or anything, you name it, they'll steal whatever the hell they can get their hands on. They'll steal the wiring out of the walls. It's crazy. Let's see. Jeff says US 35 southeast of Williamsburg, Indiana, is closed in both directions right now. Got an accident there. All right, so US 35 southeast of Williamsburg, heads up there. Let's get a news break, and we'll come back. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Making our way through the late night, early morning hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden made the first major address of his presidency Wednesday night before a joint session of Congress. In the speech, he laid out his legislative agenda, calling for action on infrastructure, immigration, gun control, and police reform. He also urged Congress to work on those issues in a bipartisan manner.
I wanted to lay out before the Congress my plan before we got into the deep discussions. I'd like to meet with those who have ideas that are different, they think are better. I welcome those ideas.
During the Republican response, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott said that despite the president's call for bipartisanship, his policies have done more to pull the nation further apart.
But our nation is starving for more than empty platitudes. We need policies and progress that brings us closer together. But 3 months in, the actions of the president and his party are pulling us further and further apart.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Torrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Okay, let's jump right back into it here. And yeah, plenty of lines available here. Kind of quiet on the phones again tonight because Steve will be up next. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, just checking on some of our weather advisories. Hey, we do have an active Tornado warning in southern Texas, south central Texas. Now, this particular cell has prompted several warnings over the last 30, 45 minutes. And this one just issued here about 3 minutes ago from the Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio. All right, it's central Medina County. Again, that's south central Texas. Radar indicated storm capable of producing a tornado located over Hondo, moving northeast to 25 miles per hour. So $50 size hail and potentially a tornado there. Hondo, New Fountain, Castroville, Dunley, Rio Medina, all areas that'll be in the path of that particular cell. And of course, at this time of night, people are sleeping. And if you're out there on the road, very difficult to see. All right, so we'll keep an eye on things. Yeah, we had a couple of others here, which I think those probably have expired by this point in time. So I have to keep a closer eye on things. But a very active night. As I flip back over to the radar scene, yeah, we see those big-time thunderstorms down in south central Texas. Line of storms extending all the way up into northern Texas, on up into Oklahoma. Some of the heavier rains have now moved into the Dallas metro area. You've already seen several rounds. Got some big-time thunderstorms to your south and west of Dallas. Those are going to be moving your way. One cluster in Claiborne, another up toward Weatherford. And again, those are probably going to be rolling right across I-20 and up through the Dallas area, right along I-35. You're in the rain from Dallas all the way up to Ardmore, Texas. Big-time thunderstorms toward Denison, Texas, on up into McAllister, Oklahoma. Busy, busy night. All right, real quick, I want to get back and mention the judge this past day denying request to release the body cam footage in the case of the black man that was shot to death by by deputies as they tried to arrest him on drug-related warrants. A week ago this past day is when this all unfolded. Judge says the release at this time would create a serious threat to the fair, impartial, orderly administration of justice. However, he said, videos from multiple body cameras and one dashboard camera will be shown to Brown's family within 10 days. Some portions of the video may be blurred or redacted, including conversations between officers. Now, the family already saw a 20-second portion of one body cam video. That decision came shortly after the prosecutor there in North Carolina said Andrew Brown Jr. had hit law enforcement officers with his car before they opened fire. The district attorney told the judge he viewed the body cam video and disagrees with the characterization by the attorneys for Brown's family, who are telling people that the car was stationary when the shooting started. He said the video shows that Brown's car made contact with law enforcement twice before shots could be heard on the video. Pappy was kind of explaining that last evening. You don't have to be in front of someone to use deadly force. The idea was he was shot in the back of the head. Now, if he had used his car as a battering ram, which a car could be considered a deadly weapon. If he's backing into, it doesn't specify if it was officers still in the vehicle or actually officers outside their vehicles. He said the family attorney's description is patently false. The video shows Brown's car made contact with law enforcement twice. As it backs up, it does come in contact with law enforcement officers. The car stops again. The next movement of the car is forward. It's in the direction of law enforcement. and makes contact with law enforcement. It's then and only then when you hear shots being fired. Officers had shouted commands and tried to open the car before any shots were fired. The county sheriff indicated that none of the deputies were injured. He said they're fine when they were asked about the deputies. But the attorney, the DA argued the body camera video from the shooting, a portion of which was shown to the family Monday, should be kept from the public for another month so the state investigators can make progress on their probe of the shooting. A lot of pressure to release the body cam footage. That was the almost unprecedented thing that unfolded in that Columbus shooting just over a week ago, when law enforcement released that body cam video literally hours after that shooting, because it was crystal clear that officer was firing on the 16-year-old girl that was about to stab another individual, saving that individual's life potentially. Most of the time, you don't see that body cam video released, lickety-split. So there's the update for you out of North Carolina, for those inquiring minds that like to know. Our number is 844-844-3388. And let me get up to Steve here. Yeah, good morning, Steve.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, the weather finally calmed down here in Indianapolis. It's amazing. I left Chicago. It was 45 degrees. I got down here. It was 70 with 100% humidity.
Yep.
So, it's pretty muggy down here, but the rain has stopped. So it'll be a good ride home, hopefully. Speaking of the weather, I think I told you last night I'm moving down to Nashville next month, Murfreesboro, and I was looking at a home disclosure. They kind of tell you, about the school district and stuff about the area, earthquakes, tornadoes, stuff like that. High risk, minimal risk. But this area, I guess, by Nashville is a high risk area for tornadoes. The latest data I could get was 2015. I guess they had 15 touchdowns in that year going through Nashville.
Wow.
So anyway, the wife wasn't too happy about that, when we were reading that. So, and the other thing I found out too, Steve, because I'm like, all these houses I'm looking at, they don't have basements. I'm like, I wonder why they don't have. I figured, maybe the water table, once they start digging a couple feet down, they hit water. But I don't believe it's that. It's the they have a big problem with radon gas there. Very high levels of radon if you have a basement.
Very interesting. I haven't heard much about radon in recent years. That was all the craze 15, 20 years ago. Get your radon test kits, right?
Yep. Well, when we sold our house just 2 weeks ago, they had a lady come in with this lockbox, and they put it down in our basement. And 48 hours later, she comes back and picks it up, and they test all the houses now. I guess it's the mortgage company that requires that. At least in Illinois, they do. So they tested the radon, and they determine if it's a safe level or a high level. But I guess this area in Nashville, the rock or the soil down there, high levels of radon. Because I was just kind of stunned that being in a tornado area like that, Alabama and Tennessee, a lot of these houses, I'd say 90% of them don't have basements. So if you want a storm shelter, you got to dig it yourself, I guess, in your backyard.
Wow.
Or climb into the bathtub, So I told the wife, well, when I'm on the road at night and something happens, just go in the bathtub. That's all you can do. Put a blanket over you. So she didn't go for that. She didn't go for that too well. But, you were talking about the copper prices earlier, the commodities. Back in the late 90s, I was working in Chicago on the south side in a really bad neighborhood, Steve. We were building new 3-flats down there. And during break time, we would have to gather all our tools up and put them in the middle, and we'd sit around our tools to keep an eye on them.
Yeah.
They were stealing left and right. So one day, I'm working upstairs in the house, and I'm got my skill saw going, and the generator would be running outside, and we would tie the cord to the generator, and then throw it up in the window and tie the skill saw to the cord. So I turn around, and all of a sudden the skill saw just goes flying out the window, out the second floor window, and I'm like, what the hell? So I look out the window. These two guys threw the generator in the back of their car and took off with my company's generator. The skill saw bouncing down the road, the cord still attached to the generator.
Wow.
It was just that's how brave these guys were. And what they would do is, before we got wise to it, we'd be out in the back of the house, and we'd be taking our coffee break at 9:30 or whatever, and we come back in, and all our stuff would be gone. I mean, they just come in and steal it right under your nose. They were like rats. And then the next day they'd come by on their bicycles and trying to sell you your power saw back.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So this one guy, he comes up the next day, and he's trying to sell a skill saw. So I stand up and I go, hey, man, that looks like my saw. He opens his jacket, Steve, and he's packing a 9mm. He goes, this isn't your saw. This is my saw. I kid you not. That was a scary time working down there.
No doubt.
But there were a lot of other times where we'd come in the morning and all the copper in the house would be gone after the plumber would do his rough, installation of all the copper. Gone. They just ripped the copper out in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
It was just crazy. So then the builders got wise. They started putting in PVC pipe for all the water lines. A lot of builders are doing that now because of the cost. They're putting in all PVC water lines.
How about that?
So, but I sent you a screenshot. I hope you got it, of this new book that Mark Levin just wrote. He just finished it up. He's been working on it about 9 months since last summer's riots. And it's called American Marxism.
Yes, sir.
And I hope you don't mind me plugging that book, Steve, but if you don't listen to Mark Levin's podcast, you should start listening to this guy. I don't know if you ever watch his show, Life, Liberty, and Levin, on Sunday nights at 7.
Mm-hmm.
His podcast is fantastic. I mean, the guy is really funny. I mean, he really goes off on Jim Crow Joe, That's what he calls him. He just goes off on him. But anyway, he's written about 8 or 9 books, and he says this is probably his best book ever. And you should give it to your high school student, your college student, your grandkids. He's not trying to make money off the book. I mean, he just wants to inform America what's going on. So it's called American Marxism, and Amazon's got it for $28. And if you buy it early, if you pre-order it, because it's not coming out till July, it's half price. It's $14 for the hardcover. And they do have it on CD audio and Kindle, I think. But yeah, I know. Most of the people that listen to your show are, like us conservatives and
sure
patriots. And it's supposed to be an awesome book. I can't wait to read it because this guy's he's such a patriot, man. He reminds me of he reminds me of a guy that would have been one of the founders back in the 1700s. You know what I mean? like a John Adams or, a Ben Frank, somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Constitutionalist. I mean, he knows so much about the Constitution. It's just mind-boggling. Him being a lawyer and he's such a great American. And he's really filling the shoes of Rush. Him and Rush were really good friends. So I think even though Bongino's taken over Rush's spot on the radio, I think Mark Levin is probably the number one radio guy, I think, in the U.S. right now as far as for people like us to listen to, So, but, it's crazy times we live in. But I think things are going to turn around, Steve. I think there'll be some damage and some fallout over the next year, but I think Trump's going to turn it around. I really do. He's fighting. He's going to keep on fighting. If you get a chance, listen to that interview with Dan Bongino. It's pretty good.
Okay, I will do that.
So, yep. All right, Steve. Well, you have a good night. And one other thing. Being out here on Friday nights, not Friday. I mean, Saturday morning, early Saturday morning. Has Kyle ever thought about getting a weekend host for the show?
They've been asked on a number of occasions, and we haven't got that addressed at this point. And we don't even know exactly what we're going to do if I have to go like on a vacation or get sick or something,
Well, I'd like to put my vote in for a guy that I really enjoyed, and that was your old partner there at the old place. I think you know who I'm talking about. He had real long hair.
Okay. There was only one.
Yeah. I really enjoyed listening to him. He was I thought he was a pretty good fill-in for you. He really, he was definitely, his show was definitely pretty political. He had a lot of good callers, and I thought he did a really good job when he was filling in for you. So that's my vote. But anyway, you have a good night, Steve. I'll talk on you later.
I'm
Thanks a lot.
glad you got out of the rain there finally, right? Yes, obviously he came out of Chicago when he was in the torrential rains. Indiana, most of the activities on the northern third of the state. Indianapolis is in the clear right now. Now there are some additional cells breaking out in southern Illinois. There's some right along the Indiana-Kentucky line in south central Indiana, kind of rolling up the river valley there. Some of those are eventually going to be cutting through southern and central Indiana. Lots of rain, though. All the action that's back into southern Missouri and Arkansas and southeast Oklahoma down into Texas. Yeah, that's all going to be streaming up into the Ohio River Valley through the day today. Soggy day on tap. It's about 5 before the hour and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Did a quick check there. I have no additional tornado warnings to pass your way at this point in time. Let's see. We're talking about the cicadas earlier. There's a lawn and garden center right around the corner from our home, and they put out a post this past day that you have been warned. It's almost time. If you have very, very small trees, saplings, I guess you'd call it. If you have saplings that you're ready to plant right now this spring, you probably want to hold off until after the cicada invasion. And now for the mature trees, they're not going to kill your trees. All over the region, we've got literally millions. We'll have millions of cicadas. And if you look at all the trees, you can't tell which tree had the most cicadas. It's not their advantage to kill trees because that's going to be their food for the next 17 years, a.k.a. the roots and whatnot. So you don't need to worry about the mature trees. The one thing homeowners might want to do is delay planting new trees until later in June. if it's a very intense emergence in the area, those trees might be attractive to some of the cicadas where they want to lay their eggs. But even that, if the tree's, say, 5 feet or larger, 5 feet, probably won't even hurt that tree very much either. You don't have to worry about the cicadas messing up your flowers. They might land on them, but they're not going to feed on them. Yeah, the only thing with the little saplings, their branches, if you've got branches, say, between 1/4 and 1/2 inch in diameter, the females get on those on the underside and kind of, I guess they gnaw a hole, like a little line down the bottom of the branch, and that's where they lay their eggs up inside there. And then in a few weeks, all those eggs hatch and drop to the ground. That's the larvae that are going to, nymphs, I guess, that are going to drop to the ground and then burrow their way down. Those little bitty branches, if you get enough cicadas on them, cutting into them, it can kill those branches and potentially kill your little sapling. All right, got a couple minutes before we roll toward top of the hour. News update time. Who we got on the line here? Is it Stockman or Docman or?
Yes, sir. It is Stockman. Only called in once before. I'm willing to get a new handle if anybody can think of one. I just came up with that off the top of my head for the first call, and I don't know if it's really all that good. I just wanted to say also, shout out to Double R. Don't feel like you've been an ass.
Right? Yeah, that's no big
we
deal.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm retired officially now. Just got my first Social Security check here a couple months ago. My company kicked me to the curb a couple of years ago, and they did me the greatest favor. But I occasionally can't remember if it's Monday or Tuesday, and I look at my wife now and go, is this Sunday?
Yeah.
But as a matter of fact, I emailed you when you first got on to this program versus the old place, and I said, hey, how do I listen to you? I was having a hard time figuring out how to listen to you. And I heard you on the radio say to somebody else as I was playing one of your YouTubes, well, this is a radio program, and when you email, it's, I respond on the radio, because it's a radio show. And I thought, well, duh. Here I kept, I think I emailed you a couple times expecting you to email me back. And I was like, damn, I never thought of that. But speaking of smarts, I just want to say I really enjoy your program because of the people that call in. I want to thank all the truckers out there that have given me an education, even though I don't have a truck driver license. I hitchhiked around the United States back in the late 70s, and mostly with truck drivers, and I always found them to be a great group. One of these days, I'd like to get my CDL just for fun, just to have something to do.
Right,
but,
sure.
And I don't know who a good group or a good way to go about it. So if anybody wants to call in on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank goodness, Steve, it's a blessing in disguise. My company kicked me to the curb a couple of years ago, and it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. And I want you to know that you, I think, it's been a blessing in disguise that you're not with the old place anymore. I really enjoy the fact that you're on YouTube, and I can listen to you during the day.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a great benefit. Because I don't know how to do the podcast stuff or whatever. Anyways, it's the format that works well for me.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions also as far as the people out there really like Borg Warner as far as the parts go. Are they good quality parts? And another one I'm curious about is the Kansas City Southern Railroad. I know Heatwave down there is kind of familiar with the trucks to rails thing. But I'm just wondering what's going on with that. There's supposedly a couple of Canadian companies that are in a bidding war over Kansas City Southern, and I guess that's the final link in the oil transportation problem down there. And when it comes to, Trump not getting reelected, I always have to say, follow the money. And if you look at the fact that the guys who were really quiet during the Trump administration were, the guy in charge of Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, George Soros, all the big ones. And one of the ones that I listen to also is, or pay attention to, is Berkshire Hathaway. And people were talking about the fact that they were buying railroads up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this has been probably 10 years ago or so.
Right.
And I just think that Trump had a lot of money, but he didn't have as much as all of these guys, and they were awful quiet. And then once he got out of office, all of a sudden they started talking again. And I honestly believe that, with that much money and power, yeah, they could probably buy off voting machines, et cetera, et cetera. And I really love your attitude. If it's honest, why do you have a problem with us looking at it?
Exactly. Yeah, and they're still fighting in Arizona. They're still fighting right now to try and shut down that recount there. And the judge again this past day said no. Yeah, that's another update we'll get to coming up in our next hour. How about that? Meanwhile, yes, our number is 844-844-3388. Not real familiar with the whole, you're talking about the intermodal thing. I can't answer that question. And so maybe somebody else out there can help me out or help him out with that 844-844-3388. A little bit behind, we'll get our news update and return with more as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden made the first major address of his presidency Wednesday night before a joint session of Congress. In the speech, he laid out his legislative agenda, calling for action on infrastructure, immigration, gun control, and police reform. He also urged Congress to work on those issues in a bipartisan manner.
I wanted to lay out before the Congress my plan before we got into the deep discussions. I'd like to meet with those who have ideas that are different, they think are better. I welcome those ideas.
During the Republican response, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott said that despite the president's call for bipartisanship, his policies have done more to pull the nation further apart.
But our nation is starving for more than empty platitudes. We need policies and progress that brings us closer together. But 3 months in, the actions of the president and his party are pulling us further and further apart.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The field to possibly replace California Governor Gavin Newsom is growing. Lance Pry has that story.
With more than 1.6 million valid signatures, the California governor recall became official, and Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will face a yet-to-be-determined number of contenders later this year. At least 9 people have declared their intentions to run, including Caitlyn Jenner, the Olympian and transgender activist, former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer, and businessman John Cox. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And Apollo 11 astronaut Michael Collins has died. Collins was part of the 3-man crew who traveled to the moon in 1969.
So Spotify, Spreaker, just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it, USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Lawmakers have begun negotiating over the president's infrastructure plan, with the GOP offering a counter-proposal costing nearly a quarter of the president's package. Representative Michael McCall believes that both parties can come together on some parts of the plan. The Texas Republican tells ABC News that most of those issues where Congress can come together are on physical infrastructure projects.
I really think we can. We did it with the COVID packages last Congress. I think infrastructure is one area where we really have a lot of agreement. We do have a slimmer bill, if you will, that really talks about traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges, broadband, broadband out there in the rural counties where they need this. There is a lot of consensus. I would hope the president would capitalize that and not listen to just the far left in his party like AOC who's commending this.
And a new poll found that the majority of workers prefer to keep working remotely. Tim Berg has that story from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
According to a new survey from FlexJobs, 65% of remote workers want to keep working from home when the pandemic is over. Just 2% say they would prefer to return to the normal office model. Another 33% say they would prefer the hybrid model that combines office and remote work. The survey found that 58% would look for a new job if they had to return to the office full-time.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I do recall at the time, I think we gave her a Dumbass of the Week nomination back on April the 2nd after the word of the April Fool's joke. Big mistake, stupid joke. In this day and age, what were you thinking? Let's see, the update. A new Carlisle woman accused of texting her sister to report an active shooter where she worked. At Navistar. It was just an April Fool's joke. But the sister, obviously, she didn't realize it was an April Fool's joke. She's now been indicted on inducing panic, according to the court records. She was issued a summons to appear in court at a future date. She said she was playing a joke on her sister for April Fool's, trying to get back at her from last year. Apparently, her sister played some kind of a joke on her. This is what unfolded. She texts her sister, there's an active shooter, blah, blah, blah. Sister calls police. 34 law enforcement and EMS personnel show up at the Navistar plant at 11:45 a.m. on April the 1st. So the text message she sent to her sister, she said, there's this guy that got fired yesterday, and he came in with a gun, and we're barricaded with the lights off in the office. The sister immediately calls the 911 dispatch. All right. The first law enforcement that showed up at the plant within 2 minutes went inside the building, attempting to locate the possible shooter. But this stupid joke, according to the sheriff's office, she put a lot of people in danger here. Yeah, she was inside the plant when deputies approached her, and she said, it was just an April Fool's joke I was playing on my sister. There's no active shooter. It was made up. She showed police her phone, and investigators said the phone clearly shows he advised her sister they were locked in the office, and she was hearing gunshots. I did not. That was the Starlink, though, right? That was the latest Starlink. They didn't do anything with SN15, did they?
No, they haven't done anything with SN15. That was Starlink. What's the weather going to be like today for southern Texas by like where the border is? Do you know?
Right now it's very active. A lot of, that's where we're seeing some of the strongest storms down there. And, the storm stretching. I mean, how far down to the south is that particular facility down there? Is it like near Victoria or something? Or
I think it's at San Pedro Island. It's down there. It's right down there. If you go down Texas, the coast of Texas, it's right where Texas meets up with Mexico on the Gulf of Mexico.
All the way down,
right
like all the way down toward Brownsville, the southernmost. They should be all right down there.
Because I think they're going to launch that thing today.
Okay.
There had been rumored that it was going to be toward the end of the week. The big thing is you got to watch. They close the roads when they do it because there's one road that runs through the facility that goes to the beach, and it's the only access that the town of Boca Chica's got to the beach. And they close that road, and they also close the airspace with the FAA, which they file a no-fly zone over that area when they do it. And that's the only two things that they can figure out that how they launch them, or when they're going to launch them, I should say.
Yeah.
And Musk also, they watch his tweets. He tweets if it's going to happen too. Sometimes, he don't all the time. Another thing they do is the days like today, if it's available today, they'll set up and start video, and they got crews that work on with different outfits on YouTube, and they'll watch and see what's going on with the rocket. So they know when they're loading fuel, they know when they're taking it off, they know when the different things that they're doing with the system when they're getting it ready to launch. They actually know it. I know that NASA space flight on YouTube, they're the ones to watch. They've got a spreadsheet of what all the procedures are to do it by what they just see and when the rocket's getting ready to go. So they know all the intricate things of what happens when they load the fuel, when they take it off, when they do different things to it. So it's pretty interesting stuff. That's what I watch. I watch NASA space flight all the time. Those guys keep up with it. They keep up on it on a daily basis. You can watch it. You can see what's going on with the progress of everything being built, and it's pretty cool. I mean, that outfit's got cameras all over it 24/7 right now until they get everything going down there. So, but did you watch the president last night?
Sadly, I did not. No, I didn't. Did I miss anything?
I don't know. You tell me. I didn't watch it either. I was too busy sleeping.
No, I don't think we missed anything.
I'm just going to watch the replay on YouTube later on. I know CBS has got a replay, so I'll probably watch the replay of that. But I didn't want to. I don't know. Even if I had the time, I wouldn't even have watched it. I don't think. I don't know. I'm not even going to get in that politic thing, man. We've already had too much of that stuff so much. But everything's going good down here. Did you hear about Orange County down here relieving some of the mask stuff?
Leaving some of the what stuff?
The Orange County government has put some relief with the mask, taking the masks away.
Okay. Yeah.
You might look, they're going to do it in 3 phases. And it's just like the CDC phase, the way the CDC has it set up. And also they've lowered the social distancing down to 3 feet. They're going to start out with if you're vaccinated and the people you're around, just like the CDC one, you can pull your mask off. And then they're going to go into a second phase, which will be that, they'll cut it totally, and then totally everything is going to be phase 3. But they're saying they want at least 70% of the county to be vaccinated is what they want to get to that stage 3, which is the final one. Now, Steve, how many people come in and out of Orange County on a daily basis that are just tourists? There ain't no way you're going to make that 70%, or even how you going to keep track of that number? That's the one I can't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can keep track of the ones that live in the county, absolutely. But think about all of us that commute into the county from other places in Florida to work, and you think about all the tourism. There's no way you'd possibly make that 70%. Am I thinking? Would you think that?
I would not think. No, not a chance.
You know, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it anyway. So, but it's all about politics down here with that. I mean, as far as that goes, they're just trying to follow along with the CDC to appease people and to kind of ease things off and try to open things back up. But I still think they're going to cap it like we are right now. We're at 35% where I work at, and I think it's going to be that way for a while. And I don't think my employer is going to go by any of the Orange County rules right yet. I think they're going to sit back and wait because of the amount of folks that come to our place. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just what Jerry Demings and all those guys are thinking down there. You know who Jerry Demings is, right?
I recognize the name, but I'm not sure.
I'm sure you've heard of Val Demings, right?
Yes.
That's Jerry Demings' wife.
Okay.
Jerry Demings is the mayor. He's the mayor of Orange County.
Okay.
He used to be the sheriff of Orange County, and Val Demings used to be the Orlando police chief. So that's why I'm thinking, what the heck are they thinking? Because Val Demings was one of the highest ups in the Orlando Police Department, and she was there during the whole deal at the Capitol, and she was fearing for her life. And I'm like, you were the police chief of Orlando Police Department, and you're fearing for your life when this happened. Now, I would think she would be one of the guys right there standing in line when those guys come through the door, wouldn't you think? But she didn't. She hung back. So, I mean, that's just my opinion, Steve. So, it's pretty much all I got for the day, bud.
All right, good stuff.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you for checking in here this Thursday morning. Numerous callers to this program have expressed why everything is about race in this country is intentional. It's being pushed on us to keep the country divided. I think Pappy was one that alluded to that here just a few nights ago, that this is all being done intentionally. You keep the people divided, fighting amongst themselves. And in response to Joe Biden's address to Congress this past evening, of course, you always have the other side of the aisle gets a response. And Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina is the one that gave the Republican response. And he rebuked the president's divisive agenda on taxes and spending and race. He says, quote, 100 years ago, kids in the classroom were taught the color of their skin were their most important characteristic. Today, kids are being taught that the color of their skin defines them again, and if you look a certain way, you're an oppressor. People are making money and gaining power by pretending we haven't made any progress in this country, doubling down on the divisions that we had worked so hard to heal. You know this stuff is wrong. America is not a racist country. It's wrong to try to use your painful past to dishonestly shut down debates. He took a pointed shot at Biden's hypocrisy in characterizing the Senate filibuster as a, quote, Jim Crow relic. That's what Biden called it. The same filibuster that President Obama and President Biden praised when they were senators The same filibuster that the Democrats used to kill my police reform bill last year had not become a racist relic just because the shoe is on the other foot. Race is not a political weapon to sell every issue. That's far too important. Biden is failing in his goal of unity in this country. A president who promised to bring people together should not be pushing agendas that tear us apart. We know what better looks like. Senator Tom Cotton added a statement Wednesday night. He said Biden's plans for more spending are doomed. As Scott said, Biden's call for unity ultimately has been. Tonight, President Biden promised the nation higher taxes, crushing debt, and open borders. His radical agenda is dead on arrival, he says. Then it was earlier in the day, former HUD Secretary Ben Carson. He also spoke out about those that are trying to divide this country. He said racism is a good default for the left. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in the minority community who take the bait that they're victims. And a lot of people in the white community that take the bait that they're oppressors. And they become guilty. White guilt. You take that combination of guilt and victimhood, and it creates some really awful policies that absolutely make no sense, including Joe Biden's American Jobs Plan. What we're really stopping to look at this thing objectively, when I was a kid, 50, 60 years ago in Detroit, in Boston, there was real racism, believe me. I mean, it was an everyday occurrence every place you went. That's gone. That's gone. And there's still some people afflicted by racism who have small minds. Absolutely. But it is not a systemic problem, he says. And when you try to fit everything in that box, look how silly it looks. Yeah, he pointed to the shooting of the 16-year-old there in Columbus last week. The officer who shot the 16-year-old, and they're claiming it was a racist attack. Yeah, no, in fact, he had been racist. He would have said it's just two black women fighting and let them kill each other. I don't care. That would have been, that's a valid point, Dr. Carson. That's the way a racist would have reacted, and you know it. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. The police are put in an awful place, and you see there's large numbers of them resigning, retiring. Eventually, what can you do? You got to bring the military? You're going to create a police state? And this is all happening so fast. People really need to open their eyes and see what's going on. Biden's plan includes free child care, free education, free community college. It all sounds good, but you got to remember, since the war on poverty was declared, more than $20 trillion has been spent to little effect. The things that do work during the last 4 years, you had opportunity zones. People were encouraged to take out realized capital gains and invest them into areas that were economically neglected. It was expected that over the course of the years, it would attract $100 billion in capital investment. Well, in 2 years, it attracted $75 billion. 3/4 of that amount in 2 years' time. Those are the kind of things that make a difference. Yeah, those are the kind of things that work. Yeah, flip over. What's the Drudge headline? Even though Drudge has become, I don't know, he used to be a conservative. At least I felt that he was. I don't think it's something's happened somewhere down the line. But the headline is Bidenhood. Tax the rich, give to the poor. He wants trillions more. Trillions more. All right, it was Stockman. Is that you back? Do you have something else for us this morning?
Yes, sir. Sorry I got cut off there. I don't know what happened, if it was my end or yours. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to thank Big Sexy for the tip about the weather certification for the American Meteorological Society.
Yeah.
Really enjoy your weather reports. You do a great job on those, and I didn't even realize there was an American Meteorological Society, and now I'm online seeing that. I'd also like to thank Sylvester in Australia and all the other guys down under. My sister lives in Melbourne and has for 40 some odd years. She's a teacher down there, and I didn't realize that the war drums were beating until I heard it on your radio.
Yeah, I didn't realize. And, I knew things were tense between us and China. I was not aware until Sylvester brought it up that they got the same issue there between Australia and China.
Yeah, it's interesting. My sister, my father went down to visit her after my mother passed away, and he came back and he said, you got these funny little records. They're really small. They're only about 3 inches across or so, 4 inches across. And they call them compact discs. And he said, I was like, I've never heard of anything like that. They have a lot of stuff coming down from China, Taiwan, et cetera, Japan, the technology, et cetera, because they're right there. Their Newsweek and Time magazines, well, that was back then, are very oriented to the Eastern culture. And my sister was telling me, oh, yeah, we have these, CD things. I was like, what the heck is that? When they first came out.
Yeah.
But they are very, very tied into that Eastern culture.
So they were kind of ahead of the curve on technology coming in before we got to see it, huh?
Well, yeah, just because of proximity. Wasn't, they're right there, so they can ship it down. And, obviously there are other things that are going to be coming along with that technology. So, but I have to also, I forget who it was that called in, was talking about somebody taking his parking space, so on and so forth. And, I'm truly glad for your radio station as far as you're educating people on the right way to do things as far as, the etiquette of truck driving and so on and so forth, because, I'm sure there's always somebody starting new. Whenever I'm at the grocery line or whatever, I get somebody new that, all flustered and everything. I say, hey, everybody has to start somewhere.
Yep.
But I'm glad that you folks are telling us what is and what isn't acceptable, because that's where it all begins and that's where it all ends up. I had a couple of stepchildren years ago, and I told them, I said, I'm either going to teach you the right way to do things, or you're going to have a policeman in a jail cell teaching you how to do things the right way. But somewhere along the line, you have to fit into society. And that's all there is to it. So you either learn from me or you learn the real hard way.
All righty. Hey, Stockman, you've heard Big Moose, right? Big Moose on the loose. He said, tell Stockman.
Love Big Moose. And
he said, tell Stockman his new handle is Hobo Jack.
Hobo Jack, I'll take it. Thank you so much. I don't know how he came up with that, but you know what? If it's coming from Big Moose, tell him thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. And I guess he's getting ready to kind of kick back a little bit and start taking it a little easier. And I'll tell you what, seriously, that's one of the things that my wife and I talk about almost on a monthly basis, is the fact that we were up around Lake Erie a few years ago, and I'm a talker, and ran into this fellow outside the hotel, and he was about 5'6", 5'8", somewhere in there, and drove a conversion van. And he said, trust me. He said, I'm a truck driver, and I just retired. And he said, get out of the rat race as soon as you can. I said, I always wanted to be a truck driver. How in the hell can that be a rat race? He said, trust me, get out of the rat race. And he started telling me about all the things he had done with his wife, And I said, wow, they've traveled everywhere, had fun, so on and so forth. And that was a big inspiration to me. I said, when my company kicked me to the curb, I took it as a blessing in disguise, a lot because of him. There's another question I have too. Maybe Pappy can answer it. There was a book out about 10, 15 years ago, and I cannot recall it. I did not read it, but it was a book written about the future of policing. And the guy basically, his whole premise was that eventually the police are going to be so outnumbered by gangs, bad neighborhoods, etc., that the neighborhoods will be run almost by like their own little block watch or gang or what have you. And I'm just curious if anybody has read that book or has more insight on that. I don't know.
If that's the kind of thing that's kind of come to fruition in this country. Yeah. Okay. That would be a good question for him. You're right. Well, Stockman, I got to get to my my news break, my news update here. Real quick, like from the email bag, Norm's checking in. He said, we were talking about scrap metal, or he said, I haul scrap every night. Prices are up. Haul about 25 tons a load. Our yard is busy right now. Let's see. I guess he's headed to Nebraska. Hauling that scrap metal. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Joe Biden touted the effort to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19 and urged more people to go get vaccinated.
90% of Americans now live within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Everyone over the age of 16, everyone is now eligible to get vaccinated right now, right away. Go get vaccinated, America.
He also unveiled the details of his American Families Plan. In the Republican response, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott called the plan another costly intrusion into American lives.
The beauty of the American dream is that families get to define it for themselves. We should be expanding opportunities and options for all families, not throwing money at certain issues because Democrats think they know best.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So kind of a scary moment Wednesday night's ball game between the Phillies and the Cards. Phillies outfielder Bryce Harper exiting the game after taking a 97-mile-per-hour Genesis Cabrera fastball to the face. Harper was bleeding. He was able to walk off the field under his own power. Cabrera also hit the next batter with a 94.5-mile-an-hour fastball. That pitch had hit Gregorius in the back. So it happened on back-to-back pitches. It looks like Harper was able to turn his head just quickly enough to avoid a direct impact to the face. It was more of the cheek impacted, a little bit of the nose, according to Phillies general manager. They did take him to the hospital, and not long after, Harper did post on social media. He said, "I'm all good. Test came back good. It looks like he's avoided major injury, but." So after Cabrera hit Harper and Gregorius with consecutive pitches, home plate umpire warned both benches. And I guess Phillies manager wasn't pleased. That Cabrera was allowed to stay in the game. He got ejected, which that's pretty good. Little action at the ball field. Hey, Scotty, what's going on with your Cards pitcher there? Is he taking pot shots? The Cards would never do that, would they? I thought they only did that with the Reds. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Let's see. Noisemaker, what's on your mind this morning?
Well, good morning, Steve. I was going to, on your when they answered the phone, I said I was going to talk about my postal inspector situation, but I'm going to stick to current affairs. Tonight I'm watching Biden's address, my wife and I. It was painful, very painful. I said to my wife, he's all these entitlements, health care, school care, college, on and on. What's he doing for the working man?
Yep, right.
What's he doing for the taxpayers? And all of a sudden, Joe Biden sticks his neck out of my TV. He says, "Noisemaker, this is what I have for you." I said, "What do you got, Joe?" He said, "Bend over and spell run." I bent over. He said, "Now spell run." I spelled run. R-U-N. He said, "That's what I got for you." That's what I got for you. Last week, I think it might have been Chevy guy. He was saying, you were talking about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
And someone said that they don't know what to refer to them as. And for years I've been calling them, there's more of them now, but back in the 80s, I used to call them shims. And I think that's a pretty good description. And I was going to ask Philip, but he's already called in. Friday morning, I'm landing in Orlando. I'm going to be one of those tourists he talked about. And my granddaughter, it's her 12th birthday on Sunday, and I have a cabana rented. It's costing a nice piece of change at a water park called Aquatic Water Park. And I don't know if Philip still lives there, but I have no idea what it's like, but it was recommended to me. And I was going to ask Philip that, but he's already called in. But I'm not going to be, I might listen to you through the week if I can't sleep. I'm not going to be available for the next 2 weekends. I'm going to be at FLA, Steve.
All right.
So take care and have a good weekend.
Have a good time.
Have a good weekend when you get to it.
Yep.
Okay, Steve.
Have a safe trip. Yes, enjoy your time there in the Sunshine State. I don't know exactly what time. I know Philip calls when he's on his commute, whichever destination he's headed to. If you're familiar with that water park, maybe you can. Feel free to dial us back up. All right, so how about a COVID update? Haven't talked anything about COVID this morning. And, of course, all right, so we got the choice. You got 3 different vaccines to choose from now. Apparently, Pfizer, I believe, say they have developed a pill that you can take orally at home to combat COVID-19 when the illness is first detected. It could be available by the end of this year. The antiviral treatment is expected to be also effective against variants of the virus, some of these mutations, they're saying. All right, they developed the first authorized vaccine. The antiviral pill is part of a class of medicines called protease inhibitors. Works by inhibiting an enzyme that the virus needs to replicate in human cells. Protease inhibitors are also used to treat other viral pathogens such as HIV and hepatitis C. Being able to take an oral antiviral therapeutic at home would be a game changer. Now, they said if clinical trials go well and the Food and Drug Administration approves it, this drug could be distributed across the U.S. by the end of the year. So I guess Pfizer's kind of come up with something akin to what some of the other already existing medications that were on the market, all the discussion about the hydroxychloroquine and remdesivir, is that how you say it, remdesivir, to try to treat symptoms of the medication so you don't end up in the hospital, in the ICU, and on a ventilator, so all that. Researchers hope if you take the medication at first detection, it would keep you from progressing and needing to be hospitalized. In addition to the drug, Pfizer is still testing their vaccine in 6-month to 11-year-old children. Vaccinating children is crucial to ending the pandemic. All right. Earlier this month, they asked the Food and Drug Administration to expand the vaccine authorization to adolescents, ages 12 to 15. They said after the shot was found to be 100% effective in a study. I don't think the FDA has approved that yet right now. I just heard Biden in his speech this past evening say, everyone ages 16 and older can go out and get their vaccine. Well, there you go. Get your vaccine. Okay, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What do you say this morning, Big Moose?
Hey, bud, afraid to say it. What are you into?
Where'd you come up with Hobo Jack?
Well, that's the reason I called. I was going to tell you. You remember, Lord, I can't remember when it was. It had to have been somewhere around 2003, 4, 5, somewhere in there. There was a little soldier boy trying to get back to San Diego. And you remember that fella that used to call? He was kind of a liberal, but he didn't come down there and sit at the radio station. I think he went by the handle Crew Chief.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was definitely a liberal, yes.
Oh yeah, big flamer. But anyway, he was working with my boy over pulling a day cab at a grocery distribution center. And somewhere or another, somebody run across this kid that was needing to get to California, and my boy told him, said, call the old man, said he's on his way out there. And I was actually going to Corona at the time. I had a dedicated route out there. But anyway, I intercepted this kid in Indianapolis, and I took him all the way across the board, dropped the load, took him down there, and dropped him off. And that's what I called him, Hobo Jack. He said, why do you call me Hobo Jack? I said, 'cause as far as I'm concerned, you just another hobo, Jack, you know. And But Stockman's voice reminded me of his voice. I mean, it sounded like the same guy. And I said, that sounds like Hobo Jack to me.
Okay.
And that's where it come from. So. But yeah, I'm just out here playing truck driver. I'm up here. I dropped a wagon up here to get preloaded, and switchers put it back here in an old muddy lot, and there's about 3 inches of water and mud on it, and I've got mud all the way up to my knees and soaking wet from the knees down, trying to get this thing out of here. But I'm hooked up and headed in the right direction now. Hopefully this will be the last one for the week. I'm gonna get this one delivered, and I'm gonna go to the house for a couple of days.
Okay, take a few days off. There you go.
Well, I got a dentist appointment there Friday, so I they gonna give me the gas. So I said, well, I don't want to be trying to drive a truck around, as a space cadet. So
yeah.
I said, I just went ahead and scheduled for the time off. They, is this weather going to improve? They said we're supposed to. I've seen a high wind advisory. When we're supposed to get the high winds?
Now, where are you talking about?
Up here in Ohio, up here in northern Ohio.
I'm not seeing any wind advisories there. Not showing up on my screen.
Now, Artemis sign there says expect high winds Friday. So
Friday maybe. Okay, so it's probably not up on the map here yet, but yeah, definitely going to get some of those thunderstorms later today, probably. And some of those will have high winds, but they're talking about behind the front. That's where you're going to see the winds on Friday.
Right. Yeah, they ain't gonna hurt my feelings none. Like I said, if I can manage to get this one down there without drowning, I'm gonna be high and dry the rest of the weekend. So
there you go.
But everybody, be safe and have a good weekend when you get to it. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again, probably Monday.
All right, enjoy your dental procedure, because that's always one of my favorite things to do. Have you a couple of Blatts after the fact, right? He does drink the Blatts. Not the Schlitz, the Blatts. Big moose. There you go, about 6 before the hour. Well, Hobo Jack, I don't know if it's actually a compliment to use that handle or not, but it came from the Big Moose. There you go. About 6 before the hour. Room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line?
Hey, it's Daryl. Steve, how are you?
Gerald?
Daryl, yeah. How you doing?
Doing well. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, hey, last time I talked to you and Chris was when he was on here last Friday you had?
Yes.
Yeah. The wife and I, we caught that COVID that weekend.
Really?
I'm just now getting over that. I'll tell you what, that stuff is some bad stuff. It's the wife, that Sunday, the weekend that I talked to you guys, I had to take her to the hospital. They admitted her for a week, giving her oxygen. And then I had to come back home by myself, take care of myself for that week. And I'll tell you what, that stuff it knocks you down. And I'm in pretty good health, and it knocked me down,
Wow. No fun. So that's been a good 3 weeks ago, because I think he was on the 10th or the 9th.
Yeah, and we're just getting over this crud.
Wow.
Let me tell you, it started out like a sore throat, Then it went into a cold, and then the shaking and the breathing got us. And of course, Kathy smoked for a lot of years, but she's been off it for like 6 years. So she was struggling on Sunday, so I took her in. Yeah, they kept her for a week. Thank God everything's, we're back to normal now, getting rid of this stuff. But man, I don't know. I'm kind of like you on that shot, but I think I'm gonna get it, Steve, because I don't want to get this crap again. As bad as it is. I really don't know how I got it either. I don't know if I got it at work, or if I got it in a store, or if I got it in the bank. I don't know.
Wow. So now that you've actually had it, though, I don't know. I thought I saw it at some point they were saying if you've already had the COVID, that if you can get the vaccine, but you probably only need like one shot. If you use like the Pfizer or the Moderna, you don't need 2 shots.
Well, you don't need both shots, huh? The wife goes back to the doctor tomorrow, so I'm gonna see. She's gonna ask him what he thinks we ought to do.
Yeah, ask him about
in February,
that. Yeah.
when I had my physical, he told me if you catch it, you don't really need the shot. So I don't know if it builds up. It was building immunity for the wife. They were checking her blood, as when she was in the hospital.
Yep.
So maybe I hope you're right on that.
Now, I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere, that if you've already had it and you may need to wait a few more weeks, but your body is, you're going to have immunities in your body from your natural immune system. And I think you might only need one vaccine shot. See what the doctor says, though.
Okay.
He might say you don't even need. I mean, I think they say you get 3 to 6 months where of immunity after you've had it. Now, there have been cases where people have had it and got it again. I don't know, how it is. Everybody's different. Some have had it twice. Some have had it never.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all different. It got my daughter-in-law, too, while I was off. She was just, it's a whole lot just to go to the bathroom. To get up to do something, it takes so much out of you, and I can see how it attacks your lungs. Because I was really having trouble, it's not a very good thing. I'm glad I'm over it. I'm glad the wife is getting out of it. And I don't really want to try to get this again. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Yep.
Anyway, I just wanted to call and let you know that's kind of where I've been.
All right. Well, I'm glad you survived anyway, because not everybody does.
Nope, I know that. They have a lot of problems. I understand that. I pray for them. I do. But anyway, you take it easy, Steve, and I'll be talking with you later on.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in. Oh, there you go. That's interesting. He talked to us that night and that weekend, down for the count for 3 weeks. All right, we are up to the top of the hour, so we're going to get a news update. We've got a full hour yet to come, and we've got wide open lines if you want to jump on board at 844-3388. Thursday morning coming on. More on the weather as well. When we come back here, I was looking at, in Missouri, in the Branson area, the popular tourist destination area, may have had a tornado this past day. And flooding reported in Branson and several other areas. Bentonville, Texas, or Arkansas, Abilene, Texas. Give you some of the very latest all ahead here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Joe Biden touted the effort to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19 and urged more people to go get vaccinated.
90% of Americans now live within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Everyone over the age of 16, everyone is now eligible to get vaccinated right now, right away. Go get vaccinated, America.
He also unveiled the details of his American Families Plan. In the Republican response, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott called the plan another costly intrusion into American lives.
The beauty of the American dream is that families get to define it for themselves. We should be expanding opportunities and options for all families, not throwing money at certain issues because Democrats think they know best.
This is USA Radio News.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it too. Right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fees. This could save you money on top of all that you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, seeing the cost of COBRA plans, for instance, and MediShare is the affordable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves $500 a month. You might save even more. MediShare is a Christian community that shares each other's healthcare costs, and because of the current economic situation, they're making it easier than ever. Apply by April 30th, and you can save an additional $170 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch like more than 400,000 people already have and start saving. Here it is. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
During his address to Congress Wednesday, President Biden pushed lawmakers to pass police reform in the form of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. But some Republicans say the bill contains one sticking point they'd like worked out: the restriction of qualified immunity from civil suits for officers. Senator John Kennedy says that's the main issue holding the bill up. The Louisiana Republican tells Fox News that limiting qualified immunity will put officers' lives at risk.
You want to have your police officers properly trained and able to act and react instantaneously to save other people's lives and their lives. You don't want them to hesitate and go, oh my God, if I get this wrong, I'm going to be sued and they're going to take my home and they're going to take my car. That's how foolish that is. And that is the sticking point. That's the only sticking point. I don't care what anybody says. If my Democratic friends would back off of that and get out of la la land, we could solve this problem.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Law enforcement in many states are on the lookout for fake COVID vaccination cards. Tim Berg explains why.
As Americans continue to be vaccinated, the fight against fake vaccination cards continues. 42 bipartisan attorneys generals across the country are raising concerns about the public health risks associated with fraudulent cards. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein says these fake vaccine cards are a huge issue.
This is incredibly problematic because it will damage people's health. More people will get the virus, pass it on to others if there is widespread use of fake vaccine cards.
The Democrat also telling ABC's Good Morning America that sites like OfferUp and eBay are working with him and other attorneys generals to prevent fraudulent or blank COVID-19 cards from being sold.
We've heard back from the 4 we contacted. They all indicated they want to cooperate and rid their websites of these cards.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Apollo 11 astronaut Michael Collins has died. Collins was part of the 3-man crew who traveled to the moon in 1969, orbiting the moon in the command module Columbia, while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the surface. An Air Force fighter pilot, Collins joined NASA in 1963 and first went into space on the Gemini 10 mission in 1966. Apollo 11 was his final spaceflight. Michael Collins was 90. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now we got to get our final hour underway here on a Thursday morning. What are we looking at? Yeah, rain. You know, Steve, when he said he had got out of the rain down toward Indianapolis, I'm not sure if that was his destination or not. But in the last hour or two, we've seen a lot of development. Rain has developed. It's raining from Indianapolis all the way down to Louisville. A lot of rain going to be pushing into our neck of the woods here in southwest Ohio. Some light rain out there now, but the heavier rain's on the way. And through the day, we'll see rounds of showers, rumbles of thunder. The bigger line of thunderstorms extending back through southern Missouri. The heaviest stuff now east of St. Louis, on down into southeastern Missouri. North central and west central portions of Arkansas, and of course back on down into Texas. From Dallas to Waco to Austin, rain, rain, rain. Soggy night. So I guess this past day I mentioned some of the flooding issues that had occurred. Severe weather brought flooding and tornadoes. Damage in parts of Oklahoma, Missouri, and other states. Going into Wednesday morning and afternoon, flooding was reported in Branson, Missouri. Several motorists stranded, had to be rescued in the Branson area. There was also a possible tornado in Branson where downed trees damaged a historic cabin at Shepherd of the Hills Farm. Familiar with that? Water washing through areas in and around Roaring River State Park, about 50 miles west of Branson. Major flooding. It's a major, major flood today, according to the manager of the Roaring River Fish Hatchery. He said, we got about 3 inches of rain in like 40 minutes time. Wow. An EF1 tornado was confirmed near Stillwell, Oklahoma. Several homes and barns damaged there as storms moved through. That was like 6 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday morning. Tornado touched down during the overnight hours in Pauls Valley. Remember, we were sharing that warning with you. Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, about 60 miles south of Oklahoma City. No reports of injuries there, but that was a confirmed EF1 tornado. What else in the mix? At least 10 reports of tornadoes from the same storm system. Back on Tuesday in eastern Colorado, northwest Texas, southern Oklahoma. Hail 3 and 4 inches in diameter reported in parts of Colorado and Texas. All right, that's the same system that pushes from Texas to the Ohio Valley today, where a few tornadoes could be in play along that line, from Texas to the Ohio Valley through the day today. All right, there's a look at our traveler's weather. And with that, we get back to our calls on our final hour. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be Buster?
Morning, Steve.
Hey, Buster, what's going on?
I just had a hell of a day at the office and had a good production number, so I'm kind of just relaxing and enjoying it. I had a good day. I go work today. I'm going to be standing taller and knowing that 36 years matters when you know your logistics.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I love logistics. You know, it's all about your methods, your 3 points of contact, and you know, if the address don't have a right address, you take care of the problem. You get it delivered, charge them $10, and you look good on paper. And customer service matters.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Steve, let's get something on it in our chat room too. I was talking to one of my customers and one of my office ladies. We think we all had it in December of 2019, or I had mine in January 2020 before it became a national news. And being a redneck from Newport, Tennessee, and my mommy and everything taught us about, you know, you get a fever, you get chills, you go home, you get you some chicken noodle soup, you get your zinc, and you get your toboggan, you get your thermals, you get an extra blanket, you go to the back bedroom and you sweat the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the next morning I had green phlegm, and I always have yellow. You know, I told my wife, I said, that's an infection. And then a month later, all heck broke loose. But we always like to get tested. I like to get tested to see if I've got the antibodies or I have such an immune system because of 36 years in a package car with no air conditioning. Thank you, Jesus. That I'm not the normal person because of my my lifestyle, moving boxes.
I don't know how long the antibodies, if you had it that long ago, how long they'd stay in the system. I'm not exactly sure about that.
Yeah. But Steve, I tell you this, if you got that immune system, if you got your tonsils, you got, and then you and I agree that the vinegar matters and the acid foods matters to put a coating on your cells. and some of your callers, the little granny that used to call in when you was on the AM station. I mean, that lady inspired us to, just keep plugging away and watch your diet. And anyway, Steve, I tell you one thing, you do need to start working on. We need to get you a vacation. You're big go getting it. And of course, my first vacation will be July 24th. But my kids are in the 30s. We don't mind working until then, but you're going to need some time off, and you better start working with the big guy, hot shots, to make sure you've got a safety valve between Dave and Dan or someone else, or even your son, if you want to come out of being law enforcement.
Right.
We'd be honored, because this is an awesome thing we're doing here on YouTube and the androids. Because I tell my other drivers at the ups to listen to you guys when they're driving their 18-wheelers. So we love you, Steve, and have a blessed night.
Thanks for sharing the word. Thanks for help promoting the show. Thank you very much. Yeah, my son, I don't think he'd have any desire to do this kind of job. But all right, let me see here. It is 844-3388. Double R?
Yes, sir. Thanks for taking my call again. I just wanted to. I heard that Steve gentleman on the radio there talking about moving down to Murfreesboro.
Yes.
And I just wanted to let him know that Murfreesboro is a great area to live in. And he is right on the basement deal on the radon gas. And most of your homes are damn, I got off the wrong exit. Most of your homes are on slabs, so he is correct. So, but he'll love living in Murfreesboro. And have you ain't talked about the Arizona deal yet, have you? About the recount?
I have not. No, I've got it sitting right here. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to be listening. I just wanted to hear what the deal is because, I'm thinking the election's over, and why they doing the recount? There's got to be a reason for it. And anyhow, I'm going to get off here, Steve, and I just wanted to comment on what is Clown doing? I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment and on Steve, about moving down to Murfreesboro.
Right.
And I wanted to listen to, what's going on in Arizona. I mean, what's the reasoning, with the election already being over. But anyhow, we'll talk to you later, brother. You have a rest of good morning, and we'll talk with you later.
Thank you much. All right, there you go. Well, the reason they're doing it is because they believe there may have been some funny business that was taking place back in November, obviously. Democrats are tooth and nail adamantly fighting this thing, which they say, hey, it was all on the up and up. There were if there was nothing funny happening, it defies logic why you would have any issue with going into recount. Does it not? Is it just me? Am I wrong? I don't think it's not going to change anything. It's not going to. The election has taken place. The election has been certified. Joe Biden was sworn in as president. It's not going to change that, but I think the one thing that it could do is maybe shed some light and maybe validate the concern that so many millions of Americans have to maybe persuade their particular state election authorities to make some changes, especially with some of the voting machines, the questions in regard, Mike Lindell, who's been kind of, shuffled to the back. They're trying to cancel culture him because he says he has evidence, and that's supposedly all going to come out because he has sued them and they have sued him. He says he has the proof and the evidence that will show these voting machines were potentially hacked during the election. All right, so here's what transpired this past day. The judge on Wednesday rejecting an attempt by the Democrat Party to immediately halt the audit of the 2020 election. Now, this is the recount's going on in Maricopa County, the state's largest county. I think it's 2.1 million ballots there. The Maricopa County Superior Court judge said Democrats did not provide substantive evidence of any breaches or threatened breaches of voter privacy. They filed this suit just before the audit started last week. The judge added, it may ultimately succeed, but it fell short of the, quote, strong likelihood of succeeding standard required for a temporary restraining order. He also expressed doubt that the balance of hardship in the case or public policy favors the plaintiffs, two factors that are needed to grant that order. So Democrats now have to decide whether to seek a review of the ruling from a higher court or advance to an evidentiary hearing to try to make their case for an injunction. Lawyers for the Democrats argued that Cyber Ninjas, one of the four firms hired to conduct the audit, did not properly train their personnel and had not implemented plans for security provisions, like securing the ballots. But the exhibits they entered, including local news reports alleging lax security at the Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum, where the audit's taking place, did not contain enough evidence to convince the judge. Martin said he took into account how the audit had already started and that halting it would cause a significant disruption. Earlier in the proceeding, the judge ruled against Cyber Ninja's attempt to file under seal documents the company described as sensitive. Apparently, they failed to show an overriding interest exists that supports filing under seal and overcomes the right of public access to the information. So that's where it stands there in the state of Arizona. In other words, the count continues. Meanwhile, President Trump spoke about that count. I guess that was it Tuesday when he spoke out about that? Said the Democrats are just insane for trying to fight the recount. Can't remember the exact wording. I know I had that somewhere in the mix there, but I had one other, there it is. Before I get to this one other tidbit. Yeah, Democrats fighting an audit is not only, according to President Trump, former President Trump, an admission of using unconstitutional election processes, but it shows the Democratic Party has, quote, gone absolutely insane. The radical left Democrat Party has gone absolutely insane in fighting the forensic audit of the election scam right now taking place in the state of Arizona. They sent a team of over 100 lawyers to try and stop it because they know what the end result of the Arizona Senate-sponsored audit's going to be. And it ain't going to be good for the Democrats. He stressed transparency through an independent audit should be a good thing for American democracy. But instead, Democrats are ostensibly showing they intend for a cover-up. The audit is independently run. There's no advantage to either side. The Democrats don't want to hear anything about it because they know they lost Arizona and they lost other scam election states in a landslide. They also know the Arizona state legislature approved virtually none of their many election requests, which is totally unconstitutional. Free, fair elections is vital to democracy. And the audit is merely looking to share the truth with the American people. Now, people of Arizona are very angry, as are many people around the entire country. If we can't have free, fair elections, we don't have a country. The audit must continue. America deserves the truth. So it kind of sounds like Trump has the foregone conclusion that it's going to show that there were improprieties. It might not. I mean, that's why it's an audit. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, I guess they can all look back and say, oh, hell, Donald Trump was right. Of course, they'd never do that, though, would they? All right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. Lines available as we make our way into a Thursday here. Let me get to, let's see, who we got on the line?
Roadmaster.
Roadmaster, what's happening?
Just riding around. I've been listening the last 3 or 4 days. I ain't really felt like talking a lot, but while you had your little vacation from well, whatever. We're not going to go there. I was laid up 4 months with cancer. From August till about the 1st of December, I was at home. I come through it. Didn't think I was going to make it, but with a lot of prayer, it turned around and I got out of it. I got a call earlier this spring that they had found a 9-centimeter something. We don't know what it is in my left lung. But I have done a little research, and if it's 9 centimeters and it is malignant, that means it's got into your lymph nodes and probably went to other organs, which is not good for the home team. But I'm going to be off next week for tests and stuff like that. And I've been listening this week, but I haven't felt like really doing a lot of talking. It feels like that I've got corona, what it feels like. Probe or whatever it is, but I've been checked and I don't. But that's the symptoms that other people talk about: and coughing up, a stringy phlegm, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Short of breath, but I feel pretty good.
Huh.
So I don't know what it's going to be, but I probably won't be calling in next week.
So when
I'm going to take off.
Those 4 months that you were off, was that lung cancer? Did you go through chemo, or what did you do there?
I had a place come in the bottom of my foot. Didn't have nothing, no idea nothing was wrong. And my old lady said, your foot's a bleeding. I said, no. Well, it can be like it's bleeding. She goes, look at these little marks going across the bathroom floor. And I did, and I looked at the bottom of my foot, and it was just a little bitty place, like I don't know, like your foot had rubbed inside your shoe or something like that.
Yeah.
Which I was wearing a different pair of shoes than I always wear. So I went to the doctor, and she said, hey, it'd be all right, So in a week or two, it got worse and worse. And then it got to be as big as a silver dollar. And then it turned green.
Uh-oh.
And then it had the awful smell to it.
Yeah.
Never was.
Gangrene.
And then, they said it was headed that way. So it got so bad to where I went to the local hospital, which ain't nothing but a Band-Aid buggy center. They ain't much. So I got, one night almost went into convulsions, into like a seizure. And my son, he jerked me up and he said, you're going to the hospital one way or the other. And I said, son, I'm so sick I can't even get in the car. I was laying there in the bed, burning up, shivering. I said my last prayer. I thought I was gone, And after laying there a couple of hours and drinking some Gatorade, I said, son, I think I can make it now if you'll help me.
Mm-hmm.
And he helped me, got in the car, and he drove me to a big hospital about an hour and a half away. And they admitted me right straight in and checked me all out. Next morning, they done surgery. And the doctor, she told me, she goes, we got it all out. even had a little bitty pocket of infection beside of it. And she said, I made sure I got it all out without busting it or nothing. Said it looked real good. The meat looked good, or she used the word tissue, but I call it meat. Looked good. Said the blood was real red and fresh and everything. Said everything looked good. I think you'll be okay. You know, never mentioned cancer. She goes, I do want you to take, she would have put a PICC line on me, and I said, no, we're not going to do the PICC line. She said, well, you need to come back every 2 weeks for the next 3 weeks and get some strong IV antibiotics. I said, okay, I can do that. I come back to get my first one, and they had me go to the infusion center. And I thought, what am I doing here? So this is full of cancer patients. So anyway, I went in, and they put me in a room and started to do the deal. And I said, what's going on here? And they said, have your doctors not spoke to you about what we're doing? I said, no, I'm supposed to get some antibiotics, you know. And I know they brought in one great big old huge bag of antibiotic stuff, and then they brought in this little bitty square looking bag. And he said, well, I'll get your doctor. She was upstairs. I said, I'll get her to come talk to you. So anyway, she came in and she told me, she goes, I would have bet my career that you did not have cancer, but said the test came back that you had some, as she called it, minute cancer cells in the tissue that we removed. And they feel like it's the best thing, since you're here and going to get IVs, to just go ahead and give you 3 mild rounds of chemotherapy. Just as a precaution. That's what they said. I said, okay. So I did. 2 of the 3 went well. One of them got a little bit sick. It didn't feel good. But anyway, didn't lose no hair or nothing like that. You know, I went back to work in December. Been working ever since. And they did an MRI on me right before I come back to work, and everybody thought everything was fine. So, but they called me, and I'm thinking the 1st of March, and said that the radiation department, I guess it's people that look at the x-rays and all that, had found this in my lung. She said if it was 6 centimeters, we wouldn't be real excited, because a lot of people from East Kentucky seem like have that. I don't know where it's from, the coal dust in the air, or I have no idea. But anyway, she said, yours is 9. I said, well, I'm a very big man, She said, yeah, I know, but still, though, it's something that we ought to look at. She said, have you had any symptoms of anything? I said, well, seemed like I've been a little short of breath lately. And then I talked about that, coughing up that stuff every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but I have had 4 rounds of pneumonia, serious pneumonia in my life. And I said, they told me that I had scar tissue in my lungs. I said, I always just kind of figured that's what it might be. She said, well, we don't know. But anyway, I got to go in May the 4th and see 3 different doctors and all that on the 4th. And they're going to try to see, I guess, schedule me for a biopsy or something. I don't like the idea of them cutting on my lungs, but
I can see why I can see how you haven't really been feeling like talking, because that's got to be one of the most difficult parts of you might have cancer. You don't know for certain if you have cancer. Am I going to go in and they're going to tell me here in 4 or 5 days that I've got 6 months to live or something like that, right?
Well, I look at that, I guess, in an optimistic way. Steve, I'll be 62-year-old in August, and I've been behind the wheel of this truck for 37 years, and I've pretty well seen and done it all. I've watched my kids, get raised, and they're on their own. They're in their 40s, and I've pretty well done and bought and had anything in life that I wanted, because I just refused to lose. I just worked. If I needed something, I just worked harder. I've lost $250,000 in one divorce, probably another 100 in another one. I've lost more than what most people ever made in their life. But, I've had a good life and had a lot of fun. And I guess I'm the happiest when I'm behind this wheel, going down the road. That's when I'm my happiest, I guess. And I've just got the mentality that, I'm going to live forever. I mean, it won't be on this earth. It'll be, with the Lord. So death, my mother faced the same thing, and she faced it the same way. She goes, son, I'm not afraid to die. You might as well grow up and get you a parachute, because you're not the only man that's ever going to lose her mother. You won't be the first or the last. So I'm not afraid to die. It doesn't bother me. So you might as well grow up and face it. You're going to lose your mother. And I did 21 years ago. So that's kind of the way I look at it. I may not be here, but, I'll be on the other side. So it doesn't really bother me. It's not like your people scared to death to die. They're, I guess I look at things a little different. I would like to, I wish that, I'm not a fool. I wish that the doctor would say, you'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's just scar tissue. You got a little infection in there or something, give you a shot or IV or something, I wish I'd be all right. I'd like to work about 3 more years. That'd be 40 years I'd have in. And I'll be financially in good shape where I can retire and enjoy life. And I like to go drown some worms and ride my motorcycle a lot and, just ride off, just ease off into the sunset eventually. But if it's not that will, that's not my plan in life or what's destined for me, then I guess that's just the way it is. It's going to happen whether I like it or not. So I might as well have a good attitude about it. So,
yeah.
That's kind of the way I look at it. But if I just go call you and say, if you wondered where I was at or something like that for, this week I haven't called in until today. So I just wanted to get you for the end of the week.
Yeah.
Hey, next week
I tip my hat to you, Roadmaster. I mean, that's a hell of a, thanks for sharing. That's all I can say. Thanks for sharing. Hopefully you'll get good news here in a few days. But I mean, at least your attitude, I don't know that I've ever spoke to anyone that felt quite like that. It's normally, everyone I've known that's waited to get the results back for cancer tests is like, oh, good, it's difficult times, but.
Yeah, I've lost a mother to cancer. I've lost an uncle to cancer. My dad died of a heart attack. I had I had 2 aunts that had, I don't know what you call it. I'm kind of redneck. I just call it breast removed. I don't know what the legal long name is.
Mastectomy,
what they call it. But anyway, they had breast cancer and they had both breasts removed. Both of them lived long, healthy lives. The baby of the family, she's still alive. She's 90 years old. And she's the only relative I got left. And I'm the only child, so that's what bothers me is being alone. When she passes, I have nobody. I have no family. Just my son, daughter. That's it. I don't ever see my daughter. I've seen her one time in some years. My son, I see him quite frequently. But I don't have a lot of family. Got some cousins, but that bothers me more than anything. But I just try to look at things in the best way, and I always figured someday that they'd find me in some rest area or truck stop, and I just go to sleep in an old truck, which is my favorite place to sleep in life, and I just go to sleep, and they'd find me. It's now to where I tell my old lady when I go to sleep where I'm at. She writes it down on a piece of paper where I'm at exactly and everything. In case the next morning she calls and I don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
So you say, last night he went to sleep here, So, but, thanks for the encouraging words. May the 4th, they will just more or less tell me that they probably want me to take a more serious MRI and, let's really see what's going on there. Then we'll make a plan of attack. Do we need to go in and get a biopsy?
Right.
What do we need to do? At that point, they may say, hey, you just got another touch of pneumonia, and that scar tissue we're seeing. I don't know. I don't feel bad. I mean, I run 70 mile a day, so But anyway, thanks for the encouraging word.
Yeah, we can only hope for the best. Well, if you feel up to it, when you do hear results or whatever, feel free to call us back up and let us know. Yeah, you've got a lot of people out there that are going to say a prayer for you. I can tell you that right now.
I'll be back. See, I'm taking this week off anyway. I had it scheduled, and then that's why I scheduled all these tests. Then I should have done it probably a month earlier, but I didn't want to take off more time. But I'll be back the next week, after, because I'm sure they'll probably schedule me in a day or two for MRI, maybe even the same day. So, as soon as I know something, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Good, bad, or the ugly.
Right. Hopefully, let's...
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you much. All right. Thank you so much for the call, Roadmaster. That's tough. But that's the real world that we live in. And just having a conversation like that with someone that I don't think I've ever met him at any of the truck shows and whatnot, but so many of us have. But it's like a family. Yeah, we are a family. And the mere fact that he's drove a truck for all these years and he wants to get 40 years in, when they talk, when old timers talk to the new drivers coming into the business and they try to explain, this isn't a job. It's a lifestyle. It's a passion. And I heard, like I've never heard before, the passion of his favorite place to be. My favorite place to go to sleep was in the truck. He had a passion for what he's been doing out there for all those years. All right, we'll get a quick news break and come back here as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Speaking to a joint session of Congress Wednesday night, President Biden said that the country will stand up to China over unfair trade practices. He recalled telling China's president that the U.S. will also maintain a military presence in the Pacific.
America will stand up to unfair trade practices that undercut American workers and American industries, like subsidies from state to state-owned operations and enterprises, and the theft of American technology and intellectual property. I also told President Xi that we'll maintain a strong military presence in the Indo-Pacific, just as we do with NATO and Europe, not to start a conflict, but to prevent one.
The president also called on Congress to pass legislation to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, work towards comprehensive immigration reform, unveiled his American Family Plan, and tried to sell his American Jobs Plan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I was reading through some of our comments here. I'm going to go first. Buster Brown responding to Roadmaster said, Roadmaster, hang in there, brother. I and the rest of our brotherhood rooting for your recovery. Yep, well, we are. Michael says, does Always Movin' call in anymore? No, I've mentioned her name several times, Michael. I don't know that she knows we're here. She was a great caller, though. I really miss her calls. She always had such good information, yeah, especially when we had the medical conversations. where she worked there in the medical community, especially through the whole COVID pandemic and all that. So, all right, Larry's on board this morning. Looks like Larry just dialed in. All right, we'll chat with Larry here in just a moment. Fred earlier talking about the media in this country. Said, we as Americans, I think we get better, more honest news from Sky News out of Australia than we do from our own media here. Fred, I think you're right. Even some of the news that comes out of the UK, you seem to get more honest coverage about what's going on here than you do from the likes of the CNNs and the MSNBCs in our own country, which is sad. Hello there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Prayers for that roadmaster, definitely. I think it's take it there to get his handle out right.
Yes.
You hang in there, brother. Keep on. God ain't through with you yet. So, I want to thank Monkey Gouger for taking that super duper rooster cruiser he's got and yanking all that bad weather out of Dallas yesterday. I left Dallas at 12 noon and I didn't see a drop of rain over there, so I'm glad he took it all with him there, Rick. Did you see that email I sent you earlier in the show there about checking speed, fines up to $1,000?
That was on, like on, what do you call it, the Electric Indian? Are you allowed to call them that anymore? Whatever they call the road signs. Yeah, fines up to $1,000.
Yeah.
It's a construction zone, right?
Yeah, that's in Arkansas there. So, when Road Check America's coming, y'all better get ready for that thing. So, you gonna get you one of them free tacos there on May the 4th?
Oh, is that for the May the 4th Be With You promotion or something, or what?
Yeah, it's they're gonna give away free tacos because it's gonna be shaped like a moon. I just sent you an email on it.
I see it here. Yep,
I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious. Are they gonna? They still selling them taco-shaped biscuits for breakfast? Don't eat one of them things because that's choking puke there, brother. I'll eat their tacos, but I ain't eating that biscuit. So, shoot, man, it's been a long night. I'm ready to be done with it here. I'll be done about the same time you are this morning. So, kick that thing up against the dash, gas on it, and we'll call it a day there, Mr. Steve Summers. That's all of my fried bologna for the night. Oh, and don't forget Alan Jackson's got a new CD coming out in May. And don't forget to buy some Hot Shot Secret because we want to keep Steve flapping his gums at us at night and Chris's wife happy. So that's all of mine for today. Steve, have a great, blessed day, brother.
There you go. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. All right, yeah, he did send me. Taco Bell announced a new promotion where they're going to be giving away free tacos. It's not anything unusual for the fast food chain. This is going to be their first global campaign, though, apparently. According to the press release, Taco Bell will be giving away a free tacos on May the 4th. That date chosen because of a lunar event that's scheduled to occur, what they're calling the Taco Moon. It's just a half moon, but they're holding a taco up with the moon in the background. The shape is the exact same as a taco. It's a taco moon. Well, there you go. They said over 20 markets will participate in the event. They'll give away free tacos 8 p.m. Let's see, from 8 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. That reportedly will be the time period where the taco moon will be the largest, brightest object in the night sky. Looks like a taco. Well, there you go. Anything to bring some customers in. Taco moon. Hey, good morning, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning. I couldn't stop myself after I heard Roadmaster, and I can applaud the way his his emotions are. I kind of share that. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of the process of dying. In other words, I don't want to be in a hospital and being kept alive with tubes and probes and everything else while I lay there for days, weeks, or months or whatever to die. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of the process of dying, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah.
You know, when he said that, I've related to a lot of stuff in my life with music. And I know that you know I'm a chaplain for the Fire and Iron Motorcycle Club. And when Roadmaster was talking, a song came into my head from Billy Ray Cyrus, of all people. And I don't know if most people know this or not, but Billy Ray Cyrus was raised Pentecostal and very religious background. And he has a couple CDs out that are religious music. But there's one song in particular that came to my head when Roadmaster was talking, and I would love for your listeners to just kind of play that song and listen to the words. It's called I Know You Now. And it's an amazing song by Billy Ray Cyrus called I Know You Now. And it talks about, I didn't know you when you raised Lazarus from the dead. I didn't know you when you did a lot of these other things, but I know you now and I need you now. And for some reason, that song came into my head when Roadmaster was talking. And I just kind of wanted to share that and hope everybody kind of gives it a listen and listen to the words.
I'm not familiar with that song, so I'll have to pull that up and check it out on YouTube or something.
Yeah, pull it up and also pull up the words and Google knows everything, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And do you know there's a reason why there's a female voice on Google?
Why is that?
Well, because they know pretty much everything.
Okay.
But look that up, Steve. Look at the words and listen to the song, and maybe there's a little piece of it that you might play some morning, and continue to give Roadmaster and everybody else that encouragement of there is life after death. Have a great day, brother.
Thank you so much. You do the same, Larry. Thanks for checking in. Let me see. Truck and Phil checking in this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Thursday. Looks like it's going to be rain from Fort Wayne all the way north and back. We'll see. A friend here at Fort Wayne works for a delivery service. They broke into the complex last night, helped themselves to parts off their delivery vans, including they took her whole driver's side door off because they needed a door. Imagine that they had no security. That's interesting, yeah, because, Phil, we were talking earlier this morning about stealing the catalytic converters and how people are stealing air conditioning units from construction sites and you name it. So that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, he says, I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, make that flip back to Fort Wayne. And yeah, you're probably correct. It looks like you may spend much of your trek today in the rain, because that's all I'm seeing. You've got the rain there in Fort Wayne, and the rain extends all the way back into Illinois, and it's all moving kind of like southwest to northeast, and it's very slow progressing to the east. So, yep, get ready for a soggy run. Now we got time for one more here, maybe one more final industry headline real quick. Let me jump over to this one. Maybe jotted on the calendar coming up on May the 16th. That's a couple weeks away. But a benefit concert, I guess headlined by Winona Judd and other country artists, fundraising event for the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. A Highway to Hope live streaming concert hosted by Jimmy Mack and headlined by Winona Judd. Also scheduled to perform John Schneider, a.k.a. Bo Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard, Billy Dean, Lindsay Lawyer, Heath Sanders, This is a Sunday evening, 6 p.m. on the 16th. Tickets for the live stream event are available for $20 plus a $2 transaction fee on the St. Christopher Fund website. Portion of the proceeds will go directly into the charity to support truck drivers in need. Individual ticket purchases in the U.S. will receive a CD from the NASTC Grand O Trucking Show. And donations to the St. Christopher Fund can also be made during that virtual concert event. So very good. They've raised, I think, more than 70% of the 3.5 million professional truck drivers in the country, they point out, have one or more serious health problems, ranging from obesity to diabetes, sleep disorders, cardiovascular disease, your irregular work hours, oftentimes unable to seek proper medical attention, where minor illnesses become major illnesses, leading to hospitalization. So, they have raised millions of dollars over the years to help the professional drivers out there in a time of need. There you go. With that, I guess we'll just cap it off. We'll call it a night as we head into Thursday. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, lo and behold, we'll be rolling into a Friday, getting set for the weekend. So you be safe out there. Have a great day and spread the word. Share it with your friends. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And tune in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,